everybody. Welcome on in, Mystery. Welcome on in, Rube, and anyone else who may be watching too. The grand finale of the Great Ace Attorney Adventures. We are finishing it today. I'm pretty confident we are. Welcome on in, Dino Rabbit. Thank you for the lurk. Hopefully your day is going very, very well, and have a good lurk, regardless. I'm ready though. I'm so pumped to finally see just what's going on. What's waiting for us at the deepest, darkest depths of the London justice system, which is totally not flawed. Trust me, bro. Oh gosh. Also, of course, Undertale's being enabled as it is with any game that really isn't voice acted. That's the main reason why I don't enable it. It's just I don't want to go over the voice acting, and I am the voice acting. Just popping in once again as usual, staying spoiler free. Take it easy. Alright, well, thanks for stopping on by, Artie. I appreciate it. And of course, don't spoil yourself. This game's been a very, very wild ride, and it's something best gone into blind. I don't have any other announcements or anything, though. Overall, I think it's time we ball. Something malicious and deep rock lactase is bringing your past call sessions have been Lovecraftian tier cursed. Alright, feel free to rant about it, Mr. E, because I understand the pain and misery that comes from that. Alright, but without any further ado, let's get into this. Yes, wasn't it like double, Nidosite breeders? And then, yeah, and then a Roxpox one on top of that. That is horrible. Yeah, the two vanilla ones and then the Roxpox one. Because of course Roxpox is somehow exponentially worse than the other two combined. God, I hate it so much. Alright. Episode 5, The Adventure of the Unspeakable Story, Trial, Part 4. Oh, this is the article in question, is it? The small box deposited with the pawnbroker by Mr. McGilded 2 months ago. And on the night of Mr. Windibank's murder, the only item on shelves that was touched by whoever broke into the shop. Quick, let's open it and see what's inside. Nothing. Oh, it's a music player. Good gracious, this is no ordinary box, it seems. Wow, although in truth I had an inkling that might be the case. It would appear that the box has a miniature music box movement. Then, is it too much to expect? I think it would be reasonable to assume that it is advised for the playback of this disc, my lord. So, we have the means to play back Mr. McGilded's disc deposit at Windibank's at much the same time. Not strictly correct, my lord. It was not McGilded's disc. It was the disc of the victim in the omnibus. But why, for heaven's sake, are we to understand that the brickmaker was trying to sell this music box disc to Mr. McGilded? Alright, what's Rube getting? Well. Great start. Absolutely amazing start. You know what, Rube? Just for you, with how you've blown 19k wheat bits, I'll reroll it. Just don't give us dog song, please. Okay, it's a new song. I'll take it. There's another breeder prior in the same mission which made the encounter even more traumatic, since you see that you just followed the wrong path and encountered a different one. That is just miserable, Mystery. I think I would have just shut off the game at that point. I believe the answer will become clear if you listen to the music on the disc, my lord. Yes, very well. Let the court now listen to this curious disc at last. Is it gonna be some Britain, like, secret government secrets? Wait, my lord! Good grief, what is meaning of this, Inspector? Music box and disc, well, they're unrelated to the case. No need to spoil the somber atmosphere in the courtroom with some silly biddle music.
Objection!
This may very well have motivated the culprit in this case to commit murder. Clearly, there's every chance that's fundamentally important to understanding what happened. The prosecution has no objection. But no, that piece of evidence is police property. Clearly, Scotland Yard has some vested interest here, but it is policy of this prosecutor to leave no avenues unexplored. And you, Inspector, have no jurisdiction here to prevent that from happening. Gah! No further delays, please play the disc. Oh my gosh. That's Morse code, isn't it? I think that's Morse code. Also, thank you so much for the gift sub, Rube. What on earth? That's certainly not what I would call music. No. It's just the same note playing over and over again in regular sequence. Mr. Graydon? This really is priceless. After all that, the music box is broken. Oh. Broken? It can't be, can it? Well, obviously. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if the officer sent to fetch it and drop it on the way back to the courtroom. Oh, come on in, Reina. Well, with much regret, I feel the court must accept that this music box offers little clues. Are you ready to move on, counsel? I think it's Morse code. Yes, alright. It does sound as though it is completely broken, but is it? Court is in session. Oh god. User alert. Main reactor shut down in accordance with emergency containment procedures. Manual restart required. I will never forget Mira's wise words. And yes, the court is in session for the final time. Until I get around to Great Ace Attorney to resolve, or whatever it's called. Could this music be emanating from the music box possibly be a new clue? It could be a clue. I believe that could be relevant, my lord. Good lord, but how can it be? It's an abomination, castle mere noise. I fail to see how it can have any meaning whatsoever. It does sound strange, I agree, but there's one thing bothering me. Okay, it stands there chortling victoriously like a little fawful man. The inspector beside him has rather telling expression on his face. It's as if Gregson recognizes sound, as if he's familiar with it. That's making him appear extremely on edge. If that's the stance of the defense, my Nipponese friends, answer me this. Oh. Just what relevance do you propose this woeful chiming has on the case? Is the defense belief that sound emanating from this music box is not supposed to be music? Just because this is music box doesn't necessarily mean sounds we're hearing are music. Look at that! The smile vanished from Graydon's lips as soon as I said it. I'm on the right lines here, I must be. Making deductions based on how people react to what you say. You're acting just like Hurley, Runo. Sounds we're hearing aren't necessarily music. Well, now that you've told us what they are not, I'm sure the court will like to hear what they are. Do enlighten us, my Nipponese friend. Surely you have an idea in mind, because if not, it'll be the death of your ill-formed argument. Exactly. Music box is clearly broken. Refusing to accept that in fact is pure foolishness. They've got me. I don't know what the answer is yet. Runo, I've just examined the music box very, very thoroughly, and I'm fairly certain it's not broken at all. Really? Really, the way it's been made, it can only produce a single note anyway. Thank you, Iris. Well, if the music box isn't broken, it must mean that the sound it's producing have some significance that isn't musical. Please tell me I don't have to figure out what it's code. Ah! Could it be? Is that what these sounds are? Something just struck me, Runo. I feel like recently, in the past few hours even, I've heard another sound make a sound very much like this, the one this music box makes. It's like the transmitter sound. Yes, it's familiar sound. Actually, Iris, I was just thinking the exact same thing. I'm gonna have to press the defense for an answer. If your assertion is that the sound produced by this music box is not in fact music at all, then what the devil is it, Counsel? All the evidence we've seen so far, all the testimony we've heard, it's all pointing to one single answer now. The prosecution demands that my learned Nepalese friend presents proof now. Tangible proof of this latest wild speculation. Alright then, this could be the best chance I'm going to get to fight back in this trial, and if I'm right, it's going to join all the dots together. The evidence that explains the true nature of sound on this music box disc. Oh no. Alright, what's mystery getting? Awesome. What do I even, like, select? Do I do freaking the backside of paper? That seems like a big stretch. Was it not the transmitter? I don't actually know what the game is expecting from me. The evidence that explains the true nature of the sound on this music box. Oh gosh. Think. What if we're meant to actually play back to it and figure out what it is in freaking Morse code? Cause that would be horrible, but really, really funny. Oh gosh. Just not sure. I really thought it's the transmitter, but I don't get the choice to back out or anything even. I don't know, maybe the only thing I can think of is this because of Gregson's reaction. Alright, I think I just have to do this. Okay, today's paper council. The headline is Pawnbroker Purchase and Pick Purse Plunder. Hardly supportive of your case. Oh god. Alright, let's hear what the heck Rube just done. What could this possibly be? That band button is looking really, really nice, Rube. It's looking very, very enticing. Further down, Ministry Mole. Classified secrets may have been leaked overseas from Ministry of Justice. Yet this very serious matter being investigated at the highest level, I understand. It was none of those mystery. None of those. If it was lobster, I wouldn't have a problem. But, I've heard that international transmission along supposedly secure lines are somehow being intercepted and linked to various other countries. And presumably those transmissions are in the form of wired telegrams? Okay, here we go. Of course. Juror number 5, your input please. Stop. Oh, me, sir. Whatever the matter? You told the court before that you worked at the same communication station as Mr. Creighton, did you not? Yes, that is correct. And the particular station where you work deals with government communications and newspaper reports. Oh, yes, we're not your run-of-the-mill communication station at all. Our work is extremely important. Tell me, is this not a familiar sound? You don't mean to say, is it? That's right, madam. It bears more than a passing resemblance to the sound made by your telegraph machine as you tap it. I believe it's called Morse code. There we go. But I don't believe it. Now correct me if I'm wrong, but when it comes to leaking telegrams from government departments, there could be nobody more perfectly placed than a highly skilled communications officer. Are you suggesting that music box disc contains stolen government secrets in Morse code? Order, please, everyone, order! But this is high treason, counsel, serving of capital punishment. Too much vocabulary. And what is this treason? And what is capital punishment? Sorts of words I'd have expect you to know. For sovereign government's confidential information, hostile nations would surely pay almost any price. Yes, and on that night 2 months ago, that was the very negotiation that was taking place inside the omnibus. But in the end, with gilded pairs and the all-important display unclaimed in the pawnbrokery. My word. In which case, whoever saw that information in the first place must surely have been beside himself with worry, because if the disc were to be discarded before it found its way out of the country, it would reveal an act of high treason punishable by death. The culprit had no choice but to retrieve it, and in order to do that, he would have to gain entry to the pawnbrokery illegally in the middle of the night. The article left behind by Mr. McGilded would incriminate him too much if it got into the wrong hands. Isn't that right, Mr. Graydon? Do you think I've been stealing government secrets? Preposterous, absolutely preposterous. So in response to the defense's accusation, you claim complete innocence, do you? Well, of course I do. I've had to stand here in silence while that pretentious foreign lawyer has been prattling away. Objection! Oh? Then by all means counter the charges, sir. Oh, shoot. Oh, Van Zeeks. The prosecution demands the witness testifies in response to the accusations brought by the defense. Delighted, I'm sure. Oh my god, we got the freaking weird birds in a mysterious place. The witness is reminded that crime under scrutiny in this trial is the crime under scrutiny in this trial is the murder of the pawnbroker, Mr. Winbank. That being a most flagitious offense for which the law of this land sanctions as capital punishment, but the hideous act of high treason is no less a serious crime. I urge you to bear that in mind as you testify, Mr. Graydon. So then let us proceed. Oh? These two? Yeah, God, let us have a rabbit. Okay, you know what? No, that was lame. We're re-rolling it. Give us something, like, even slightly more interesting. You know what? It's more interesting than the past 3 songs combined. I'll take it. We gotta let us have a rabbit and governor. We got things to say. I beg your pardon. Who do you think you are? Name Nash Skulkin. Occupation is professional baddie. Name Gringo Skulkin, but name baddie not sell at our motherland. That's what we are what they call the 3 Skulkin brothers. Bad timing, fellas. Very bad timing. Witness testimony. Graydon's counter. A mere communications officer couldn't possibly steal confidential government information. Besides, the sounds produced by that music box aren't even Morse code. There's some low-class brickmaker negotiating with McGilded anyway, was it not? I've no relation to that man. Look, oh, we don't break into caps the other night like he told us to. If we know there was dodgy government secrets involved, we would have touched it. Mr. and Mr. Skulkin. When Mr. Zukov not what's up? Do I take it that you now admit to the crime? On that night at question, you did indeed gain entry to the premise illegally. And moreover, you did so as party of 3 in collaboration with Mr. Graydon here. Did go? We did. Quiet and down, please. What say you to that, Mr. Graydon? I have no idea what these 2 ruffians are referring to. Little getting us mixed up in all this monkey business. Never said nothing about no government secrets. It was supposed to be straight up job. What about Gito's stupid was poor bloke did die, did he? Oof. I know who your friends are. Whatever these men say, I deny the accusations. Indeed. Well, I certainly wasn't expecting this little music box to become so significant in the proceedings. However, as it has, I'll admit it into the court record as evidence. This strange music box only appeared to be able to play single tone. It was deposited at Windbank's 2 days before the black overcut. Yeah, the form field, it sits on the music box, sits in the music box that the man deposited at Windbanks. Can be a more perfect fit. So there's no question then the disc was designed to be played in this music box. Yet, despite that, the sound it produces are neither musical nor do they appear to have any meaning. This doesn't make any sense. I wonder if perhaps there's more to this music box than meets the eye. Maybe we haven't discovered all its secrets yet. Funny they have that dialogue after we've discovered the secrets. Oh, what is it, Runo? I just noticed something about this music box. It looks like the bottom of it opens up as well. Oh, you're right. Well, come on then. What are you waiting for? Let's open it. Alright then, here it goes. Look at that. There's another movement on the underside. So does that mean you can set another display on this back side? Yes, I think so. And it looks like 2 movements are linked together. They're linked. So if you had 2 discs, they would both play back at the same time. Oh. Who would have thought there would be a second movement on the underside of the box? This movement is like the other one. The combed teeth are all the same length. So this movement also only produces single tone like the other one? Yes, it must do. Weird. Except that the length of the teeth on the two combed isn't the same, so the single tone produced by this movement will be different to single tone we've already heard. So one is long and one is short, I guess? What? Basically, each movement can only produce single note, but the notes they produce are different. Music boxes can only play 2 notes.
Hold it!
So this is this newspaper. So is this newspaper headline accurate? Government communications are being intercepted. How could I possibly know? What do you mean by that? Any important government communications are handled by high-level officers, by specialists. General members of staff in the station where I work would never be entrusted with sensitive information. Didn't the other woman say that he was her superior? Oh no, stop, must say something, stop. Let me guess. You're number 5. We regular communication station officers aren't as early as you're being led to believe. Team of us are responsible for setting up and testing the telegraphs used by the ministry, and Ms. Graydon is the team leader. That's fascinating. Graydon is highly skilled operator. Stop. Currently in presence of idol. Stop. Yeah. So you had access to equipment used for these confidential communications, Mr. Graydon. Well, what of it? The transmissions are always made behind closed doors so they can't be heard. In any case, all messages are sent to enciphered. Normal employees couldn't possibly understand them. Oh no, stop. Must say something. Stop. Mr. Graydon regularly attends meetings with ministry technicians and the ministry communications team. He assists them in ensuring that there are no errors in important international communications, and he's received the top prize at the cipher cracking convention 5 years in a row now. That's fascinating. Graydon is highly skilled operator. Stop. Currently in presence of idol. Stop. Well, your idol would appreciate it if you'd keep your mouth shut. You should really pick her idols more carefully. I tell you, this lawyer's accusations are completely unfounded. Besides, the sounds produced by that music box aren't even Morse code. Seems you're doing nice with your lurk, Dino Rabbit. Love to hear it. Oops.
Hold it!
They're not? To anyone with a brain, that would be blatantly apparent on listening to that music box for even a few seconds. Of course, of course. Surely it can't be that my learned friend is unfamiliar with Morse code. Ouch, he looked genuinely shocked at my ignorance. Ha ha ha! I'd be more than happy to demonstrate the basics for you, sir. A lesson in history? Even lesson in... will she even show me some trickery? A lesson here in court? Morse code is a continuous series of 2 distinct notes. Toned, you say? Yes, a short dot and a long dash. By combining those in different ways, you construct the letters. I see. For example, this A. So... this is B. But when you listen to the sound produced by this music box, you only hear one tone, don't you? But it sounds so similar, and the rhythm of it is same and everything. But there's no discernible meaning to this apparent random sequence of sounds. So your assertion is fundamentally flawed. This is not Morse code. No! Really, you shouldn't be so surprised. What did I tell you? That music box is nothing but a worthless piece of scrap. Perhaps you might consider studying your subject matter before casting aspersions in future. Oh, stop. Nothing to say but stop. Oh, it's so frustrating, isn't it? Iris? I mean, if government tickets were somehow being leaked using this music box, so many other things would slot in place so nicely. Could there still be something I haven't considered? Would it really be impossible to use this music box somehow play back Morse code? Alright, chat. We're not gonna pursue this yet. I want to press the other stuff. The defense will concede the music box is relevant for the time being. For the time being? Such optimism, too debonair to admit defeat, are we? Oh, the gesticulations are really starting to grate. It can't be Morse code unless it has two distinct tones. Yeah. I want to press them on other stuff, though.
Hold it!
So 2 months ago in the omnibus, McGilded killed the brickmaker and stole the disc. Mr. Mason was a single man with almost nothing to his name. It seems he lived in an artisan quarter some years ago, but people there remember little about him. That doesn't make much sense though, does it? How would a humble brickmaker come to acquire secret government information? How indeed? There must have been somebody else involved behind scenes in all of this. Somebody who acquired this gave it to Mr. Mason in order to take a meeting with McGilded and negotiate a deal. Dear me. You may have it in for me, sir, but I assure you I have far more class than that. An old brickmaker from an artisan quarter and this well-to-do communications officer. If only I could find some evidence, link them together. If you have nothing more to add on to that note, let us return to the witness testimony. Look, all we done, break into the gaff the other night like what he told us to do. Like Mr. Graydon told you to do, you mean? That's it, yeah. Who else, eh? Telling me thought he was just putting over for Nada after all them years, but the had a dodgy job for us. Eh, Ash? Let me stop you there, Mr. Skulkin. After all them years, you say? You mean tell me that Mr. Graydon is an acquaintance of yours? We're sociable kind of baddies, you know. Sure, let's say Graydon's in old China.
Excuse me.
Nothing wrong, Mr. Skulkin. Eh? No, the other Mr. Skulkin. Well, oh, me? When your brother was testifying just now, he said something that seemed to cause you to react. Oh, I was just remembering the old days, that's all. We used to have a right old laugh together way back when. Together? With Mr. Graydon, you mean? Yeah, with Ash, I mean, you look at him now and his fancy whistle and flute and you wouldn't Adam and Eve it. But when we was younger, he was from the Bobo town just like us. That's so. But he was always a leery one. He had the brains, he had the savvy. Always coming up with smart ideas that like wouldn't never have gone through our heads. God blimey. Ain't that the truth? Remember Milverton and Skulkin's Milk Run? That was a corker, eh? Save it until after trial. Your reminiscing had no place in this courtroom. And neither does your fruit. Wait, the geezer asked us a question, didn't he? And we was answering. Yeah, we ain't done nothing wrong. Nevertheless, the court is not prepared to accompany you on your trip down memory lane. Counsel, can we turn our attention back to testimony, please? Oh no, could that sentimental story be relevant? Add it. My lord. Yes, counsel? The brother's last statement could hold vital information relating to this case. I don't think this is the answer, because I think we already have proof enough, but still. Very well, counsel. I'll permit the brothers to supplement their testimony with that detail. Briefly, I hasten to add. They know more skulking, never skulking. I do want to check this skin. Can I play it by any chance? No. Okay, so I still can't.
Hold it!
I'm sure I'm going to regret asking, but what exactly was that? Some kind of business? The little scheme we had going back when we was youngsters. A bit of fun, really. Delivering fresh milk to the locals, that's what it was all about. That sounds alarmingly legitimate. There must be a catch. I suppose since we're here, I should ask them to elaborate, but on what? The business name. So this business was just a bit of fun, you say, and it was just yourself and Mr. Graydon involved? Yeah, that's it. Milverton and Skulkin Milk Run, was it? Yeah, that's it. And where did the Milverton part come from? Alright, I thought... Yep. Enough of this. Oh no. Oh, I think my controller just ran out of battery. Oops. Good thing I'm not playing an intense game like Deltarune, otherwise that would have been oh so very tragic. Enough of this, how much longer are we expected? Let me guess, you don't accept anything these two witnesses are saying? Tell me, why is it that it was only at the mention of the name Milverton that you decided to interject? But because I, well... I want the obvious of alms that one came from. Yeah, his old man was struggling for money so much his wife walked out on him. Named Graydon, then see? Oh no. That will always be Milverton to us. Milverton. That used to be your surname, did it? Of course not. This all buncombe. I've been, Graydon since I was born. I don't recognize, Milverton. You really think you can rely on touch me of these two thieves, You're a communications officer attached to the civil service. As such, your personal details will have been thoroughly checked at the time of your appointment. It would be a very simple matter indeed to Saponia those records, Mr. Graydon. Well, it appeared that Mr. and Mr. Skulkin's testimony has been reliable. For once. You're born Ashley Milverton, then. Is that correct? Very well. Yes. So Ashley Graydon was once Ashley Milverton. That information could change things and could turn out to be extremely important. Ashley Graydon's personal profile has been updated in the court record. Ooh. Lead pipe. Oh no. Metal. These metal pipes are, they're getting, what? Subdivisions? That is a terrifying prospect. Welcome on in though, Nui. Hopefully you're doing well. All of a sudden, we seem to be up in our necks in a serious matter of national security. Although all this talk about interception of secret government messages is still just conjecture at this stage. Could it explain a number of things though, wouldn't it? The negotiation Guinea overheard on the omnibus 2 months ago and the break-in at Windibank. Ooh, a nice little fun song. Dang, those are some silly twin drills. You like the Christmas bell shape? Yeah, her hair is freaking wild, but it suits her. But the trouble is, it wasn't Mr. Graydon in the omnibus with Mr. McGilded. No, that is Mr. Mason, brickmaker who is so horribly murdered. If only there's some link between the two men somehow. I know, but Mr. Graydon's testimony seems to be as watertight as ever. I wonder if the key to us making headway with the cross-examination here could be those two brothers. Alright, let's press him on this, because we never did. So, did you know nothing about this music box? We didn't know nothing. We still don't know nothing, and we ain't planning on knowing nothing about it either. But 2 months ago, you did indeed break into Windibank's pawn, or 2 nights ago, you did indeed break into Windibank's pawnbrokery, didn't you? In your original testimony, you said that the door of the shop was ajar, and that is like some kind of sign begging you to go in. But the truth is, you were all planning to break into Windibank all along, weren't you? We were, God, we were. You're right there. Was that what he told us to do? It was his plan. And why was it that Mr. Graydon planned breaking? Why was it Mr. Graydon planned breaking into Windibanks that night? Did you not ask the reason? Well, he said the place was full of stuff worth nicking. That's what he told us beforehand, anyway. Turned out it was a load of coppolas in it. I weren't bested, please, I can tell ya. In any case, if they know the reason, it doesn't sound like they're going to give it away. You'd like to see that hair on new Kirby character. It would easily fit really, really well in the setting. All right, we just need to have a Great Ace Attorney X Kirby crossover and have Kirby, how do I inherit Aris's hairstyle? Let's put it that way. Okay, let's go through this. Alright, so now it's time to test our theory. Actually, no, let's do one last thing. I gotta be thorough. Alright, they're gonna talk about all their stuff. Wait. This is all new. Hold on. So how did your business work exactly? Well, every morning, Dana, the milkman would come with us would come with his cart to deliver milk, see? If you stuck your empties outside your front door, it would leave them full again, right? So we then on the action got people sign up with us. Oops. We promised to deliver milk for a price. The other geese are doing it. People couldn't wait to sign on the line we were reckoning in. We were. So did you live on dairy farm or something? Gordon Bennett, are you off your rocker? We had nothing. We were too poor to have a farm. Right. Now, what we had going was simple. Once you add the idea, we just switch them over. See, our customers empties with the full ones from anyone who wasn't on our books. A doddle, right? I think you meant say a diddle, and that's a crime. It was just an armless bit of fun, that's all. Milking the general public in such a fashion is most certainly not armless, as you put it. Well, it was him what came up with the idea, actually the evil genius. You mean Mr. Graydon? Ashley Graydon was once Ashley Milverton. Yeah, that information could change things. There you go. Kirby and DD did appear in that one Namco drum game with Phoenix Wright and Zamu. I didn't know there's they had a crossover like that in, what is it, Taiko? Is that what you mean? Cause that is crazy.
Hold it!
Alright. It might take us a while to get caught up, chat. Give it a try. There's still every possibility this music box was instrumental in leaking government secret. That's belief of the defense at least. Does it please you in some way, my Nipponese friend, to repeat the same line of argument ad infinitum? Taiko drum. Yeah, Alright, the fact that they actually had a crossover like that is crazy. I love it. It's already been established that to be Morse code 2 tones are required dots and dashes. Yes, I'm well aware of that. Then what? Well, it appears the defense has a hypothesis put forward. You had better present your idea at once, counsel. Had you proposed that this music box, which appears to produce only single tone, could have been used to cipher a secret message into Morse code. Alright. Bada boom. Bada bing. Good gracious, what am I looking at here? Another movement on the underside of the music box? What? It appeared, my lord, that the two movements are linked together. In other words, you can put two discs in this music box, and sounds of both will play back at the same time. Good heavens. The court has heard Morse code comprises of two tones, a short dot and long dash. With the second disc in plate, this music box could be used to generate Morse code and convey a message. This is beyond a joke. I'm sorry? This poor excuse for a lawyer has absolutely no evidence to support his claims. Though, of course, if my learned friend were to be able to present the court with the second disc, it would be another matter. Well, we do have second disc. I can't at the moment. It may remind the court that, as the witness has pointed out, he is not the one in the omnibus with McGilded 2 months ago striking deal over the disc or discs. Indeed, that was Mr. Mason, the brickmaker. Exactly, I had nothing whatsoever to do with it. Though it has holes, I must admit the argument presented by the defense has much promise. I believe the cross-examination should continue. Link between Graydon and the victim of the omnibus case must be somewhere. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Mason Milverton! Oh boy, but I haven't found it yet. Oh dear, looks like you need to give your argument more strength, Bruno. You'll reiterate your testimony if you please, Mr. Graydon. Oh. If I must though, I'm maintain exactly what I did at the start of this pointless cross-examination. You've got no relation to the man? Alright. L plus ratio plus last name. Mr. Ashley Milverton. Tell me, why did you try to hide your former name from the court? Because I haven't gone by that name for years, it means nothing to me. No, I don't think that's the real explanation at all. The truth is, you had reason to hide that name. Explain yourself, please, counsel. I have here the note from the omnibus case, my lord, and as we all know, the victim, the man who we now understand to have been negotiating with Mr. McGilded. Yes, Mr. Mason, the brickmaker. That's right, only Mason wasn't his surname at all, it was his given name. His full name was Mason Milverton. Milverton? Milverton, do you mean to say? Saints alive! Mr. Ashley Milverton, is it not the case that brickmaker Mr. Mason Milverton was your father? I don't. As I believe I mentioned earlier, your family history will have been thoroughly checked when you joined civil service, and it really would take no time at all for the court to subpoena those records. The truth that you have been illegally acquiring high confidential government information and selling it on to Mr. McGilded in collaboration with your father. What a twist. The new facts and evidence unveiled by the cross-examination of this witness all come together to reveal the truth. The truth, you say? That you collaborated with your father, Mr. Mason Milverton, in illegal dealing with Magnus McGilded. By dint of this music box, you mean, counsel? Yes, stealing information being sent in secret government communications and selling it on to McGilded. Mr. Graydon concocted this elaborate scheme using 2 music box discs to encode the information, as presumably a safety measure against the information falling into the wrong hands. A very effective one. I shouldn't have given the scheme any credence whatsoever. But the deal with McGilded went sour and the brickmaker met his end. Yes, but before he was arrested, McGilded managed to temporarily dispose of the stolen disc at the pawnbroker. Then, having learned of the situation, you appeared at Winterbank's 2 days ago. In an attempt to recover the 2 articles that McGilded had placed in pawn there. But that attempt failed. One of this was seized by the police and the other you never found. But that same night, you enlisted the help of the Skulkin brothers and broke into the pawnbrokery. This time, determined to recover the 2nd disc. Are you suggesting the 2nd disc was inside the music box? Eh? We never knew about that. The night that Mr. Winbank was killed. Go cross-eyed, chat. The intruder to the pawnbrokery touched one item and one item alone, the music box. A rather ingeniously demonstrated using 2 prints from the security camera indeed. So the question that naturally begs the answering is, why was only that one article disturbed? The answer is obvious, because it contained the 2nd disc which the intruder was desperate to retrieve. Since if it were to fall into the hands of the police, it would be proof of high treason. Well, Mr. Graydon, do you deny all this actually began on that fateful night 2 months ago? Of course he's gonna deny it. I refuse to accept any of this nonsense! Is anyone surprised? Sir, there appears to be blood seeping through the sleeve of your jacket. Ooh. Huh? 2 nights ago, we know that 3 shots were fired at the scene of the crime in Windibank's pawnbrokery. One took life of the pawnbroker himself. One struck the pouch around Mr. Shulman's waist. And the final bullet struck the calendar on the wall of the shop, having first pierced the arm of one of the intruders. Mr. Graydon, that wound on your arm that you seem to be trying to hide, it's a bullet wound, isn't it? He's got you now, mule China. Time to call it quits and bulk, I reckon. He's never gonna call it quits. Don't acknowledge my presence there under any circumstances whatsoever. Those were my terms, remember? And I paid you handsomely to comply. Oh. The last fool think I could trust some common backslum thieves. He's admitted to it. Fine. I admit it. I was there in Windbanks that night. I paid this pair 10 guineas to accompany me. And as you've noticed, I sustained an injury in the course of my adventures. He's going to deny all of this, though, because high treason. But that is all. I admit to nothing more. Stealing government secrets, negotiating with Mr. McGill did. As God is my witness, I'm sure I recall nothing of the sort. Not going down without a fight, not until I can show hard evidence, I suppose. Nevertheless, the defense has now established a crucial fact, which is, well, we know that when bullet was fired from each of the 2 firearms we have in evidence, the bullet from the Skulkin brothers' gun hit the pouch around Mr. Shulman's waist. And the bullet from Mr. Windbank's gun clearly must have been the one that caught Mr. Graydon in the arm. Indeed it must. We can rule out the possibility that the man shot himself. And that leads us to only one conclusion. Mr. Windbank was shot by a 3rd gun, which can only have been fired by the 3rd intruder. Goodness. That's right, Mr. Graydon. Ugh. The only person who could have possibly have shot Mr. Windbank that night is you! Objection. Oh, it wasn't even Van Zeek's. You little upstart. You made a grave mistake when you summoned me here. What? What's that supposed to mean? Yes, as you rightly say, I was there at the pawnbrokers. I did my best to hide that fact naturally. I had no intention of ruining the distinguished career I had built for myself at the communication station. But did the thought ever never cross your mind? Did you never consider a possibility? What do you mean? What thought? What possibility? The possibility that if I was there at the scene, I may have witnessed the crucial moment. You see, he's gonna say he saw the murder. This makes me a key witness in this case, and I have my hand firmly around the neck of your client. What? Are you suggesting? I saw it all. I saw the very moment the pickpocket girl pointed the gun at that poor defenseless pawnbroker and shot him. You what? God. Order, order, order! Well, it would seem we are finally entering the last act of this theatrical trial. Mr. Graydon! Yes, I trust you're fully aware of the implications here. If it's shown that your claim is false, you will have incriminated yourself as the killer. Oh, I understand fully. Then I must ask you to give your formal testimony once more. You will explain to the court precisely what you saw at the moment the defendant allegedly shot the victim. The big thing I'm looking for is how did the gun get away? It was a locked room. They would have known for a fact if there had been another scene on the crime. Because, with all that said and done, yeah, we just have to see what excuse he says about that. Nothing would give me greater pleasure. Moment of the shooting. While these ruffians were jostling with the broker, I was still near the entrance to the shop. When Mr. Windbank threw Nash over the counter, I felt a sharp pain in my arm. I pursued the man, but he shut himself in the storeroom. I could see him through the people in the door, though. The accused in the black coat shot the man in the back as he was trying to flee to safety. I saw the blood splatter all over that wretched girl. Then she tossed the gun out of the peephole, so I picked it up and made my escape. Didn't she only get the gun or the coat after the fact? No, that doesn't sound right. Maybe? Maybe. Maybe. Okay, so he picked it up and ran. Good gracious, this is an extraordinary testimony. That smug-ass smile, I want to wipe it off of him. You claim, sir, under oath to have clearly seen defendant pulling the trigger. Order, order, order. It wasn't my intention to testify in this way. But neither is it my intention to be found guilty of a murder I didn't commit. So you see, my hands have been forced. I tell the truth now as an act of self-preservation. The truth? Until now, the prosecution was completely unaware of these details. Yes, well, sorry about that. Huh? Having shot me in the arm, the pawnbroker was then shot in the back by the accused. And as I said, she is showered in his blood. Wait. He closed the storeroom, but then tried to flee to safety? Talk about a freaking contradiction. As I said, she's showered in his blood. Take blood splatter over the accused's coat. Are you sure on that point? Oh yes, quite sure. He's trying to say that because we know there's blood on her coat. All over the black overcoat that pickpocket girl was wearing at the time. Really? If her coat could somehow be shown to harbor vestiges of blood, that would be conclusive evidence here. Such an investigation is entirely possible, my lord. We don't have it here. What? Only very recently, German scientists have developed a technique to identify human blood. So here to science, not some amateur detective's dubious foray into the world of chemistry. There's nothing dubious about Hurley's work. His ideas are all sound. Ideas are of no use to us here in science, as in law, theories must be proven before they stand. In Germany, the technique has already been employed in the courtroom as the basis of evidence. Scotland Yard has a small quantity of the chemical reagent used with your lordship's permission. We could shatter all vestiges of that within minutes. This doesn't look good, Bruno. Why not? Well, we know, don't we, that there's blood all over the front of Ginny's coat? If they tested with their chemicals... Oh, help, you're right, I was forgetting what happened yesterday. Don't move, Ginny, I'm gonna shoot. But that's not Mr. Windbang's blood. That stain is from 2 months ago. That's Mr. Mason's blood from when he was stabbed by Mr. McGilded, who was wearing the coat at the time. My lord, the defense objects to the test proposed by the prosecution. Overruled, Lord Van Zieks. Make it so at once. With pleasure, my lord. While we wait the results, the defense may proceed with cross-examination. If they find that blood on the overcoat, Gina will be... Counsel, yes, my lord. For cross-examination. Of course, my lord. This cross-examination doesn't go well. If I don't manage to uncover some decisive evidence or a really compelling clue, now I have a very bad feeling about the outcome of this trial. Because they won't accept our proof.
Hold it!
Mr. Windbag emerged from the storeroom, I believe. Ringo and Nash were scouring the counter when he suddenly appeared and flew at them. He already had the revolver in his hand. Fortunately, I wasn't too close. I've never been so scared in all me life. Yeah, we're just regular man-made burglars. That's all. We don't like violence. This is the pair who carry a gun. What do you mean when you say you were near the entrance to the shop? I was in the doorway running my eyes over the shelves of forfeited items. Looking for the music box, of course. Broker went for Nash in first place. Then Ringo joined in, making it 2 against 1, so I assumed they could handle the situation. But I was wrong. I was trying to help me, little bruv. Old geezer choked me over the bloomin' counter. They pulled me gun on the old fella, and that soon made him scarper. The pair of you setting up on the poor defenseless pawnbroker together, shame on you. Sorry, Gov. When we went through Nash over the counter, I felt a sharp pain in my arm. You mean that's the moment you were shot? Yes, though I didn't immediately realize what had happened, of course. Things crashed to the floor from the counter as 3 men were brawling. It was at exactly that moment that it happened, so I didn't hear the gunshot. And the bullet went on to strike the calendar in the wall behind you. So it would appear. When I looked at my arm, I saw it was bleeding badly, so I wrapped my handkerchief around it. Seeing as I couldn't explain what had happened to a doctor, I had no choice but to wait for it to heal. I didn't imagine it would still be bleeding 2 days later. Did Mr. Winnebank intend to shoot you, do you think? Well, now, I don't imagine he even noticed I was there, to be honest. Perhaps the gun went off accidentally. Anyway, it didn't quite strike home. And I pulled me gun on him, he tried to shove me out of the way, and then he scuppered through that door in the back. At which point, what did you do?
Hold it!
You mean you chased after him? I don't recall the reason why, but I ran after him to the back of the shop. What about those people in the door you mentioned? Well, unsurprisingly, storeroom door is a solid job made of stout wood. But there's a small opening in it about head height that lets you see what's in there from outside. Actually, I should know that, shouldn't I? I looked through it myself that night. And what about you, burgling brothers? Did you see what went on through this people as well? Not unlikely, Gov. Didn't see not another sort, Gov. I doubt these two buffoons were even aware of the people's existence. The Skulkin brothers were there, but they didn't see the killing of Mr. Winbank take place. In that storeroom, I could see the broker and that young girl standing there. The defendant? Yes, though neither of them noticed that I was looking. The girl raised her gun and pointed straight at the man. And then, what did you see? Okay, I just need to say, I think, practically, even if they did do the whole blood thing, right? Doing the whole blood test, couldn't we just, you know, prove that these blood colors are the same? Now, you would probably go and say, well, they won't accept it, and the point in that case wouldn't be to prove it was Mason's blood, but to sow enough doubt that it's actually the blood of Mr. Windebank. All we need to do is give reasonable doubt that that blood could have come from some other source, and then his testimony is unreliable. Sure, it's something that could help support it under the off chance he had something else, but it can't be his decisive evidence anymore. So that's probably the card we're gonna have to play.
Hold it!
Yes, when the crime was discovered, the defendant was found with a gun in her hand. But that is Mr. Winbank's gun, from which only a single bullet had been fired. And as we've already established, Mr. Graydon, that bullet was fired at you. Ah, but no, it wasn't Brooker's gun that the pickpocket girl had when I saw her. Yes, bullet from Mr. Winbank grazed my arm, and yes, the Skulkin's gun grounded the detective. But this was another gun entirely, a third gun. The broker's gun was not the murder weapon, so clearly there had to be a third firearm involved. In other words, the accused must have had her own gun with her at the time. But no other gun was found at the scene. Calm yourself, counsel. Sorry? You must consider the events in order. At first I saw the broker glaring at each other, but then all of a sudden the broker tried to run, and it's at that moment the little gutter rat shot him in the back. A chilling image, I must say. I saw blood splatter all over that wretched girl. All over her. Yes, all through the people, I saw it clearly. Of course, the stains are invisible now, what with the coat being such a dark color. But I assure you that garment is sullied with victim's blood. Well, it is sullied with blood. But it's not Mr. Winterbank's blood, is it? No, that's right. It's Mr. Mason Milverton's blood from when Matilda had stabbed him 2 months ago. It's annoying. If they'd only accept Hurley's chemical analysis, we could prove that. But they won't. Unfortunately, we can't use it as evidence to support our case. Father. Oh, gosh. Then she tossed the gun at people, so I picked it up and made my escape. I still think we could sow enough doubt in his testimony to make him require some other definitive evidence, but oh well.
Hold it!
Did I hear you correctly? She threw the gun out of the room? That's right. After the broker fell to the floor, she started walking over. Over where exactly? In the direction of the storeroom door to where I was watching. Of course, I quickly retreated, and then the girl dropped the gun through the people onto the floor on my side of the door. But why on earth would she do such a thing? I couldn't tell you. Perhaps she was hoping to distance herself from the murder weapon. Without thinking, I went and picked it up. I suppose I was worried about just leaving it there in case any more tragedy took place. So it was you, in fact, who took the third gun from the scene of the crime? Yes, it is yours truly. I left the clear up to my lackeys and left. Clear up? We may a bit mess around counting us, so Mr. Whistle and Flute here told us tidy up. He thinks he's a bloomin' mum sometimes. Well, I was paying you enough, by God. Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left pawnbrokery that night, was it by any chance with the second disc in your jacket pocket?
You little toe rat!
You're like a bull at a gate. Chad, I think they're pissed.
Excuse me!
Gentlemen! Ah. 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 Something wrong, sunshine. That should be my line. You do realize you're just violently shaking Mr. Skulkin. Blimey, this D-score, a bit of an hooligan, ain't he? What is going on just now? You saw him, he grabbed me whistle. Why the blazes he said, didn't you mention our gun when we got here down to station? Why didn't you? Was we didn't know nothing about it or that flaming people on the door? I'm sorry about that. I can be prone to losing my rag sometimes. Not hurt, are ya? Go blimey, see the way he's looking at me. I'm telling you, this D gives me the willies. That is strange. The inspector doesn't normally get quite worked up as that. He wouldn't normally grab someone. No, that wasn't like Griggsy at all. Normally all sweetness and light no matter what I say to him. Yes, well, I think you might be a special case, Iris. Well, anyway, that was definitely out of character. My lord, requesting your lordship's permission to interrupt the cross-examination. Explain yourself, officer. As a result of death that was ordered earlier, my lord. Ah, the blood of the accused on the accused overcoat. Thank you, officer. Very well. The cross-examination is hereby temporarily suspended. I presume you have no objection, counsel? No, my lord. Well, there you have it. The report, please, Inspector. Yes, sir. Trace of human blood was found on the overcoat of the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. From the extent of the stains, it would appear that they were the result of splattering following a gunshot wound. That's lying. They're lying. And a report. Goodness me. Objection. They're lying. See, what did I tell you? No, the blood on that coat is not Mr. Windibank's. What on earth makes you say that, counsel? The coat originally belonged to Mr. Magnus McGilded. Just before his coat was plotted at Windibank's, McGilded had fatally stabbed Mr. Mason Milverton. So the blood on the overcoat is blood of the brickmaker from the omnibus case. Well, the dead cannot speak. Isn't that right, my Nipponese friend? Sorry? 2 months ago in this very courtroom, did you not argue fervently for for McGilda's innocence, and yet now the man is dead, you brand him as a murderer. Your conduct shatters any shred of respect you may have earned for yourself in this country. But that was, I call it a bally disgrace treachery, that's what it is. How to determine whether blood on that coat is 2 months old or not? Even a stereoscope couldn't help the answer to that problem pop out. It can't be done. But we used Mr. Sholmes, a detective, not a chemist. Would you put such faith in a chemical formula advised by me, for example, when I'm a communications officer? I held out Pudol's key to starving boy and he ran away crying. Sherlock Sholmes is barely more than figment of the public's imagination. His name carried no weight in this courtroom. No weight at all. How could you say that? Victory is sweet indeed. This proves my touch made his whole truth from start to finish. How do you arrive at such conclusions, sir? As the witness said, the accused coat was splattered with the blood of the victim. The only way Mr. Graydon could have possibly known that fact is if he saw that happen. In other words, the testimony is solid and the conclusion is singular. It was the accused who shot the victim. In this case, that is the whole truth. Ah! My lord, been a long battle this one, but this warhorse has something to say now, if you please. Mr. Foreman, as of this moment, sir, the squadron has reached its final decision. Ready, men?
Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty. Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty.
The brothers are having a debate. That was pretty cute until this happened. Wah, 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 wah. Oh, God. Well, it would appear the ladies and gentlemen of jury have reached a unanimous verdict. How do we prove it was 2 months old? Can we? The defense has consistently failed to unpick this witness's testimony. Here's to any attempt you may make at unpicking the juror's decisions being equally unsuccessful. Ah! I don't believe it after I've come so far. How's it all unraveling on me so fast? How very distressing to be held in such low esteem. When did you agree, Mr. Naruhodo? Officer, you've delivered a report now. That'll be all, thank you. It occurred to me with some regularity, Mr. Naruhodo, that scientific truths are determined not by science, but by none other than the human mind. I know that voice. Am I going mad? No way. Is it time for the long debated jump scare? Yeah! Mr. Sholmes! Well, what is the meaning of this? Order, order, order! What business do you have here, detective? Last I heard you were recuperating in hospital. As well as I would be had I not set out upon an errand. What errand? Surely, it's really you. You're awake at last. Yes, good day, Iris. I appeared to be rather late to rise. My apologies. Now, my lord, if you will humor me. In what manner, sir? I have something of great importance I wish to give the young lawyer over there. I need no more than 5 minutes. Would you be so kind as to spare us the time? What say you to this, Lord Van Zieks? The trial has taken many hours of court time, having spent so long already. Exactly, I haven't spent so long already. We don't want to go wasting any more precious time. As I was saying, having spent so long already, it would seem churlish to deny the defense a mere 5 minutes. Ah! Very well then, counsel, you have 5 minutes. Oh boy. Yes, it's Sholmes. I've never been so happy to see him. My dear fellow, I apologize for my tardy arrival. Sholmes, are you alright now? Alright, I'm all wrong. Sorry? I've only just managed to summon strength to stand, man. I have to judge for 5 minutes. But I fear even that may prove too much for me. Pray forgive me should I pass out. Let's make this discussion as short as possible. Apparently, this place is full of idiots. None of them can do our wonderful your chemical blood analysis is. Oh wow, that concoction of mine was really just a bit of sport to assist me in my investigations, and I took trouble to refine it for appraisal by the scientific community. An oversight on my part. Right. Modesty? Surely not. But enough of that. I'm here to give you this, my dear fellow. What's that? A lavender furoshiki wrapping? A leaving present from Miss Susato. From Miss Susato? Hold on. Okay, and I still don't have the report. If possible matters were to be settled without me giving you this. Those were her instructions when she asked me to do her this favor. I don't understand. Mrs. foresaw today's events. I believe she knew that the culprit would attempt to escape justice by means both devious and underhand, and that you, Mr. Naruto, fighting fairly as you won't do, would find yourself in considerable peril. At that very moment of crisis, you are to be given the small parcel. Those were the dear lady's instructions. A leaving present from Susato-san? Whatever could it be? What's this? Oh, it's the machine I made. Look, I used this. It's my latest invention. What is that? I call it the cat flapomat. Oh no. It can make a cat flap for a little furry friend like Waggy in seconds. What's Susie up to? Miss Sada muttered the following words before she left. I'm a failure. I don't deserve to be a judicial assistant. What? She didn't say something like that. Aw. You really are the best judicial assistant in the world. Well, that's extremely flattering. But I'm sorry to say that I've been a complete failure. Whatever did she mean by that, Mr. Sholmes? That night when you left Windbanks in pursuit of thieves, Miss Susato made use of this contraption for a certain purpose. That is your answer, dear fellow. Not at all cryptic, then. Oh no. Susan used this cat flapomat that night, but why? A compact machine for the rapid creation of small flaps and larger doors to allow cats to come and go freely. Did she use that on the freaking Windabank door? Oh, way. You can even see it on the stupid photos. You can see it on the photos. The freaking door literally didn't exist at the time that there's the robbery. That's freaking crazy. We're out of time already. I'm grateful to you for affording us that brief recess, Mr. Reaper. I need no thanks, detective. After all, the die is cast. Is it really? The jurors are unanimous in their leanings. No doubt my learned friend will consider a summation examination. But any attempt to alter the verdict now would be utterly futile. I wonder, Mr. Naruto. Yes? The rest is down to you, dear fellow. What is your plan? Rest is down to me? Need to be careful here. If I make a wrong move, then the trial will end badly. Trapdoor jump scare. My lord, the defense requests further cross-examination. Further cross-examination.
Objection.
The jurors have spoken. Protocol dictates that you may not cross-examine witness now. The defense is not asking for the cross-examination of new witness, rather to continue with an existing witness. What? It would appear that a rather important detail has escaped your attention, Mr. Reaper. We were in the middle of one. Requesting your lordship's permission to interrupt the cross-examination. Thank you, officer. Very well, the cross-examination is hereby temporarily suspended. I presume you have no objections, counsel? No, my lord. So nobody can say anything then. If Reno asks to resume his cross-examination of Mr. Graydon, the court is obliged to allow it. Oh my goodness. I'd remind those present that this is my courtroom. I concur that the defense is entirely within its right to request the continuation of cross-examination. However, I'll not permit an unremitting protraction of these proceedings. Therefore, I have decided to afford the defense of one final opportunity in concluding the cross-examination. Counsel, you must choose but one statement from witness testimony and but one piece of evidence to present in support of your argument against it. Single chance to present evidence? If following that situation remains unchanged, I shall move to adjudication. That clear, counsels, you'll not press the witness any further. My lord? Yes, my lord. A single statement, single piece of evidence. Most generous. God. Why, though? Those vicious teeth look like they could rip through almost anything. They're good, aren't they? They're made of special alloy I developed just for this job. The cutter rotates 10 times per second, also it can get through any kind of door in no time at all. And what are the two parts at the top there? Oh, those are for attaching hinges to the section of door that gets cut out. Right, of course. Nothing can match this machine for power. It can make a mincemeat of even the toughest of doors. Sounds like charming and friendly when you say what it's for, but it feels like the reality of Catch Flap-O-Mat is it's a grim weapon of door destruction. Look, a guy so adorable, there's nothing I wouldn't do for him, even developing deadly weapons. Ay, ay, ay. Well then, Mr. Naruto, I time I fell in a dead faint. I leave this in your capable hands. I wasn't expecting them to use that. Oh my god. Oh my god. Happens. Mr. Sholmes! Here we go, chat. Me after a long day of doing nothing. So true, Mr. E. Stand so insucculently before the court in a state of such high fever. Either the man has extraordinary strength of mind or an extraordinary lack of feeling. I imagine he's feeling very little now. The detective is sleeping soundly in one of the antechambers. Like a man when he's down, why don't you? Well then, counsel, are you fully prepared? Yes. What statement? One piece of evidence. Don't let Mr. Sholmes down, or Iris. They won't waste this final chance that Tsusada-san has given me. This is going to decide the entire outcome of the trial. Very well then, on terms I've outlined, you may resume the cross-examination. Moment of shooting. This music. Holy crud. Oh. Question is, I think, is it this photo? I think I want to present this photograph. I think. No, I should do that won't be enough. We did that for present the cat Flap-O-Mat, I guess.
Objection!
What on earth is that eccentric contraption, counsel? Oh, it's my cat Flap-O-Mat, my lord. It makes a way for cats to get in and out of a room. It can cut through any door you can think of and make a new little door in the middle of it. That's right, my lord. It's a device for creating so-called cat flaps. Small doors for... I'm sure we can all work that out for ourselves. But that cat lover is a contrivance has no possible relevance to this case. Oh, really? Of course it doesn't. Start with there's no cat flap in the pawnbroker's door. Not being a keeper of cats myself, I'm afraid I fail to see what this has to do with the matter at hand. Perhaps it would help if I described its function in another way then. This contraption is able to create a peephole in any door you can imagine in practically no time at all. I beg your pardon, a peephole you say? 2 nights ago, we arrived at the scene only minutes after the murder of Mr. Windbank had taken place. That's right, according to the paperwork at the yard, it was your Japanese citizen and Jones. Yes, the 3 of us were together, and it's recently come to my attention that my assistant made use of this device at the time. Your assistant did what? There's a peephole in the storeroom door, I can test that. Because I looked through the peephole myself in order to see the inside of the locked storeroom. This is ludicrous. What are you trying to say? Of course there's people indoors. I've said as much in my testimony. I was going to have witnessed crime for pity's sake. Yes, how could you? What? Counsel, kindly say what you mean. Right, it's time to strike the final blow. What I mean is this, my lord. My assistant made the peephole in the storeroom door, and until such a time as she did, the door had no hole in it to look through. What? No!
Objection!
This is a farce. Are you really suggesting the peephole in the door was? Yes, it was created only after the incident had taken place by my judicial assistant using this device. The assistant tampered with the crime scene whilst being fully aware of the gravity of her actions. This is the most serious act of vandalism, for which I humbly apologize, my lord. It was in fumant that I left scene in order to pursue the Skulkin brothers and alert the police. Nevertheless, in light of this new information, it becomes apparent that Mr. Creighton's testimony is riddled with holes. Riddled with? Explain yourself, counsel. The majority of Mr. Creighton's testimony that Pearson incriminated the defendant is based upon what he witnessed through the peephole in the storeroom door. Yes, that filthy girl shooting the man in the back. However, if at the time of the incident that peephole did not yet exist in the door, there's no possible way that you could have seen what you claim to have seen. In short, your entire testimony is a pack of lies. Objection, we need to prove it. Order. Is there any credence to this revelation? None whatsoever, as my learned friend must surely realize. Exactly, some cheap trick designed to discredit me. Afraid not, sir. Of course it is. Do you seriously expect people to believe that a plaything can get through a solid wooden door? Oh yes, I'd find it to be very powerful. It can cut through even the toughest of doors. That's absurd. I didn't believe it for a second. Ha! I had a feeling you'd say that. What? Quacky cooey, time for dinner. Oh my god. She already used it. Well, young lady, this is the Old Bailey. One does not make cat flaps in the oak paneling at the Old Bailey. I'm not done yet, don't worry. This doesn't mean the people in storeroom door at Windbanks was made by your machine. And there's no way you can prove that it was. No, but it's easy. We have photographic proof. My cat flap crates are all on fixed sides. Mentioned of the people at Windbanks are an exact match. Ugh. Oh, Silky's lost for words. Excellent work, Iris. Thank you. And now it's my student friend's turn to be lost for words, I feel. I believe your judicial assistant has already left the country for your Eastern Island home. Well, yes, that's true. Then you may have some difficulty in establishing all the facts. For the sake of argument, let's assume the people had dimensions that are perfect fit for this contraption. In that case, win with people cut. The prosecution demands proof of your answer. Proof of our answer. What is the purpose of your line of inquiry, Lord Van Zeeks? It's very simple, my lord. The defense argued that people was created after the incident using this device, but now that the perpetrator has returned to her native land, she cannot testify to that fact. There's no proof. For as long as the defense remains unable to prove when the peephole was made, my learned friend's claims amount to nothing more than a baseless accusation. We have the evidence, though. Indeed, that's so, Lord Van Zeeks. Well, counsel. Thank you for the hydrate. And for the stretch. I have done both. Don't give up now, Nuno. This is time to create your own opening and force your way through. I don't know if I can do this, but I do know one thing. TGAA1 is the greatest judicial assistant in the world. Very well, the counsel for the defense will present evidence to support their claim made. Proof that the people in door of Windbank's storeroom was created after the event and not before. Bada bing! Bada boom! Take that! What are you? A print from the detective's infernal cameras again. My judicial assistant, Miss Susato Mikotoba, is an extremely intelligent and capable woman, which is why I never had any cause to doubt that she would have considered this scenario and made sure I had the necessary proof. Necessary proof is this photographic print, counsel. This print shows a scene in the shop moments after the defendant entered the premises. Agreed. And it also shows the accused mercilessly wielding a gun in the direction of the defenseless broker. But more to the point, it pictures the storeroom door in the background. Let me see that print again. I don't believe it. This really is quite remarkable. The door to the storeroom is completely void of a people of any description. Mr. Graydon, you couldn't have possibly witnessed the crime as you claim to have done because at the time it happened, there were no people at the door. In other words, your testimony is a catalog of lies. Order! I'm satisfied that the defense has substantiated its claim beyond all reasonable doubt. This witness's testimony was entirely fallacious. That's not the only thing we now know beyond all reasonable doubt. My learned friend's assistant's guilt can no longer be denied. The woman tampered with the crime scene. But more importantly, good lord, there's more, Lord Van Dijk. The defense may have established a reprehensible instance of perjury. But that is no proof that this man is the victim's killer. You've got to be kidding me. Yes, that's right. What? That scene is true. And I shot an arm, it's true, but that's all. Yes, in fact, if you look at circumstances, I am the victim here. Oh, please, no. I don't believe this. But they're right. As it stands now, I don't have any definitive proof that he's the culprit. Still, he can't worm his way out of it now. Iris, you know what they say. There's no point locking the cat's door after the cat's left. Isn't that right, Bruno? As Hurley always says, one lie begets another. No, wait, that might have been line I wrote for him in one of my stories. Well, no matter who said it first, you're right. Mr. Graydon, not only did you give false testimony to the court, but the lies you told make no sense. Make no sense? What do you mean by such a remark? What you said in your testimony revealed that you know something you shouldn't have known. In other words, there's a fundamental inconsistency in your statements. He shouldn't have known about the blood being on the thing.
Objection!
This is provocative talk, counsel. Won't you enlighten the court? Explain this alleged inconsistency. Arshid was right. One lie begets another. The inconsistency is revealed by lies in witnesses' statements. They show that Mr. Graydon had knowledge of something he should have known, namely, the blood stain on the coat. The bloodstains that were present on Miss Lestrade's coat. That's right, the victim's blood splattered all over her when she shot him. But how could you have possibly known that? Obviously because I saw her doing it to the people in the... The point is not that you lied in your testimony, Mr. Graydon. It's the nature of the lie you concocted that is so revealing. You're not making any sense. Then let me ask you a simple question. How is it, Mr. Graydon, that you knew of the existence of the people in the storeroom door? What? Well, obviously the cat got your tongue, witness. People in door was made after the incident occurred, and once I returned to shop having failed to catch the two burglars, Scotland Yard's investigators arrived immediately. At that time, police have been at Windbanks constantly carrying out the investigation. Is that right, Inspector Gregson? Well, yes, of course. The place is chock full of pawned articles, and my lads have to thoroughly examine them all. Was it because he is kept in the loop? So I gave the order to have the officers working around the clock and shift so we'd get through it all. And consequently, there's no way that you, Mr. Graydon, could have gained access to the shop. Therefore, you should have known nothing about the people storeroom door. The fact of its existence forms the basis of your testimony is completely inexplicable.
Objection!
And yet, the fact remains that Mr. Graydon did maintain that he witnessed the crime take place through the people in the door. How on earth is that possible? Could I have a word, please, Lord Van Zeeks? Speak, Inspector. Just that I really ought to be getting back to station. I put in my report. There's really nothing more I can add to the testimony, so if it's all same to you. Permission denied. Oh, not all same to me, Inspector, not at all. You will remain exactly where you are until this trial concludes. Of course, Mr. Graydon. You shouldn't have known about the existence of that people. Which can only mean that you must have been informed about it by someone else.
Objection!
Stop there, my learned friend. You realize that the words you just uttered have extremely serious implications. Yes? But the defense believed that the details about the case that Mr. Graydon claimed to have seen must have been revealed to him by a certain person for his testimony. And in fact, considering a particular clue we have, there's really only one person that could be. Oh boy, chat. Who's the person in question, counsel? Who gave the witness? Isn't it Grayson or Gregson?
Take that!
Truth is, it can only have been you, Inspector Gregson. Eh? Me?
Objection!
You had better have some proof to substantiate such a rash claim, my learned friend. Consider the fact that we have only been aware of Mr. Ashley Graydon's identity for the last few hours. We learned of it only during the course of the trial today. Indeed, preparation for his testimony were made with great urgency during our hour-long recess. While the police executed the subpoena and brought the maid here from the communication station. And until that time, Mr. Graydon would have had no idea. No inkling that he'd suddenly be required to appear in court. Are you suggesting that until such a time he is summoned? Yes, my lord. Until then, it's reasonable to assume he knew nothing of the people. It was only once Mr. Graydon was in the stand that he realized his position, that he would have to defend himself against the accusation that he is the third intruder. Just suggesting to court that it was while this trial was in progress that he received the information so that he could commit perjury in order to save his skin. Exactly, and the only person with knowledge of the investigation he had any contact with is you, Inspector Gregson. This is a bloomin' outrage. Why would I be giving away details of our investigation to this fella? I summoned to his lordship chambers during the recess in any case. Have you forgotten that? Quite true. I had a number of questions regarding the event that transpired at the pawnbrokery. Means the first time these two laid eyes on one another was after proceedings resumed following recess, and they were chatting away. Since then, they've been in full view of stand where such illicit discussions couldn't have possibly occurred. Oh, I just remembered something, Runo. What is it, Iris? There was one time before, wasn't there? I think it's when Ginny was testifying. Oh yes, now that you mention it, when the bailiff was dispatched to retrieve McGilda's music box from the scene of the crime. That's it! It was during that testimony. But I remember finding it strange at the time. Mr. Graydon and the inspector seemed to be having some kind of secret discussion. It would have been possible for you to give Mr. Graydon the information he needed then. You little toe rag, you're making this all up, I'm a respectable Scotland Yard inspector for crying out loud. Why would I do something like that? Why would I be giving away confidential details to the likes of this bloke? Admittedly, you wouldn't have had any reason to do something like that for no gain, but perhaps it was part of a deal of some kind. Then it starts to make sense. What deal, counsel? I wonder if perhaps in exchange for details about the people at the crime scene, Miss Graydon agreed to give certain something to the inspector. The music disc. I'm sure I need not remind the inspector that if found to be true, striking deal of any kind with the witness would be considered a gross case of malfeasance.
Objection!
It's becoming clear that jumping in with accusations is this Nippany student's specialty, and yet we keep paying it off. I don't do that. But with the stakes so high, the prosecution is not prepared to listen to baseless charges. It is incumbent on the defense now to present evidence in support of this diabolical claim. Evidence? Just what are you proposing the inspector demanded of the witness in return? The court must see proof of this alleged deal. Oh no. Mr. Inspector Gregson really did strike a deal with Mr. Graydon, then logically there's only one thing he could have asked for. That must be it. You know, do you think it could be? Yes. It's a missing link that would join all the dots together in this puzzle. I must press you for an answer now, counsel. What evidence explains the nature of this alleged deal that Inspector Gregson made with the witness? It would have been the small music box to play the second disc. Rather, it was the second disc.
Take that!
Inspector Gregson, beside this murder, is it not true that you've been working on another very important case? What are you getting at now, sunshine? Is it possible that this other top secret case is what is alluded to in this newspaper article here? The classified secrets being leaked overseas from the Ministry of Justice. How the bleedin'? How the bleedin'? Nor could you. We discovered during the course of this trial the music box deposited at Winbanks by Magnus McGildiv. Special music box designed to play 2 discs at once. It would seem very likely now that the encoded on pair of discs that were in McGildiv's possession are the leaked classified secrets. So I put it to you, Inspector, that in order to recover a second of the discs containing those secrets, you covertly made deal with Mr. Graydon, in which you exchanged the disc for details of the case. You little... Oh my gosh. Order! On the day of the incident, when we met you at Winbanks, you said this. I'll be taking that whatever it is of Mr. McGilda down to the yard, thank you very much, so hand it over. Don't give it to him. That's mine, that is mine. I'm sorry, miss, but anything belonging to McGilda had to be taken in as evidence now. Scotland Yard already knew that at the time, isn't that right? That Magnus McGilded was involved in sealing the government's secrets? My orders were, cover the media needs to convey secrets leaked from the ministry and do it on the QT. Strictly hush-hush. That explains why, when presented this disc as evidence to the court, you objected so heavily, I presume. Because you knew it contained highly confidential information. But I mean, not likely. I mean, I wasn't that sure of it myself. I realized the possibility, that's all. Vector, surely you're not saying that in order to acquire the second of these music boxes, you did indeed reveal confidential details of the crime scene to the witness. To aid and abet this man in giving false testimony. Another way that Graydon could have known of the existence of that peephole. The only explanation, a deal was struck between these 2 men. Oh, God, Gregson.
Objection!
If, and I stress if, this sobering assertion turns out to be founded in truth. It would mean the second disc as we speak is here in this very courtroom. Wait, what? In this room? How could you possibly make a claim like that? Because Inspector Grayson is Scotland Yard detective. What? What's that supposed to mean, eh? As seasoned policeman, the inspector will have approached this alleged deal with caution. Certainly he would not have accepted the gentleman's agreement in this matter. No, he would have insisted on having the article agreed upon in the palm of his hand. Good gracious, then you mean say... Inspector Gregson already has the item in question in his possession. He's gonna lie and say no. That second disc actually on his person. The defense demanded that the inspector search at once. Both of them. They could only have struck deal with each other when Ginny was testifying before, and Gregsy hasn't moved from the witness stand since. My lord, please, an examination of his personal effects immediately. Well, Inspector? This young lad wants to tone down his imagination. He's insulted me and my profession quite enough. However, if it'll put this matter to bed and dispel any doubts in my involvement, then I'll happily submit to a body search. It's going to... It wasn't given over. I presume you're aware of the precipice which you now teacher on, my learned student friend. You've made the most serious allegation against Scotland Yard here. If following the search of the inspector's personal effects no disc is found, you'll be deemed unfit for court service. This trial will end, and my country's government will formally demand yours, that you are severely reprimanded. That sounds serious. Indeed, to have a visiting student make such a defamatory remarks about our country's most senior police force. It's not something Her Majesty's government will be able to overlook. Just threatening Runa because you're scared. The accusation is beyond serious. You must be prepared for grave consequences. It's true. I can't imagine Gregson would have accepted Jumpman's agreement for something so critical. The disc must have physically changed hands, which means the inspector should have it. But somehow, something doesn't quite feel right here. Very well, Counsel, you know the implications, so let me ask you one final time. Yes, my lord? You still persist? I think we search, the other dude, Eggs Benedict. Yes, the defense formally demands search be conducted. Well, don't say you weren't warned, but your typical Nipponese stubbornness may well land you in hot water. Thought the lesson will do you some good. Fair enough, I've gotten untied. Very well then.
Objection!
Yep. The defense demands search, but not of Inspector Gregson. What? Now what's all this? I'm the one you're accusing, aren't I? I thought you wanted to search me. No, Inspector, not you. Somebody else. What's the meaning of all this, eh? Lost it at last, have you, sunshine? Fortunate enough to put up with this nonsense. You're being completely irrational. Be quiet, all of you. Oh, Iris. You're not doing what you all told him to and having the courage of his convictions. So you should all respect that and listen to what he had to say in good faith, because that's the British way. Well said, young lady. Indeed, this court is in awe of the defense counsel's conviction and eagerly awaits his next words. You what? Now, don't be hasty, my lord. I'm not mistaken about things I've seen in court today. I'm fairly sure I know who had this at that moment. There's only one person it can be. Of course, one Ashley Milverton.
Take that!
It's Ashley Graydon, my lord. The defense demands he be searched at once. Very well. I presume you'll not protest, Mr. Graydon. Au contraire. If it's not him, it's over. So a brief body search was carried out by bailiff a short few minutes later. God, wait. Okay. Hold on. Oops, okay. So if it's not...
Objection!
Okay, who is it? If it's not Graydon... Let's think about this. If it's not Graydon, who could it possibly be? Is there... Gregson's been stuck here this whole time. Oh, God. So if it's not Ashley, not Tobias, then it would have to be one of the Skulkin brothers. And Gregson was shouting at Nash before.
Take that!
Oh my lord, Mr. Nash Skulkin. Well, I never. Eh? Me? Could he have slipped it onto his person? Well then, bailiff, restrain the witness and conduct a thorough search of his personal effects. Please, my lord. Spectre, Scotland Yard, has to object to
Objection.
search. Unfortunately for you, Inspector, objections carry no weight here. Eh? In this courtroom, the only prosecution and defense have the authority to object. But Lord Van Zeeks, I have no idea what forces are in play that might influence your actions. But personally, I have no intention of obstructing the course of this trial. Ugh. Bailiff, carry out the search. Oh my god. Did he slip it on his person? Now, hold on a moment. I don't know nothing. Nothing about no disc. Cut it out. Yeah, my lord. And in this witness's pocket, I found this. Good lord, that's another music box disc. Oh no, nothing about it, nothing. That's the second music box disc left behind by Magnus McGilded. Is it not, Inspector Gregson? They're right next to each other. Mr. Skulkin, what have you say for yourself? Gordon Bennett, I just Gordon Flamin' Bennett. I didn't know nothing about that disc, honest to God. Counsel, would you please explain what exactly is going on here? The alleged deal that struck between this witness and this detective, no? Without question, my lord. Then, for pity's sake, why on earth was this man in possession of this that the inspector traded for information? Inspector Gregson is a shrewd, calculating man who rarely loses his composure, but at one particular point in the trial he exhibited some unusual behavior for a brief moment. I don't recall what unusual behavior. Yep, it was, yes, during my cross-examination of Mr. Graydon. Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pawnbrokery that night, was it by any chance with the second disc in your pocket? I admit to doing nothing of the sort. When Mr. Graydon answered my question, the inspector appeared to have grabbed Nash Skulkin by his coat and was shaking him violently. Yeah, he didn't all. I mean, Noggin was gonna full clean off. I did. I was wishing I was wishing I'd been born. At me brother, I was. What exactly happened to make Detective tacky like that? I go, he just suddenly turned and grabbed me, whistle like that, and started shaking me. So he got rid of the evidence. But Blaze didn't mention third gun when we got down to station. That what he said. Yelled it right down my ear. All he did. Me, I'd still throbbing now. The way the detective behaved then was extremely out of character. But looking back now, it must have been that must have been why he did it. That was the opportunity Inspector Gregson created for himself in order to hide the disc. But bless my wig, he hid it. Ew. But I'm afraid I fail to comprehend the motive here. If the detective had acquired the disc days after, why not would he proceed to hide it in another man's pocket? This court of law could have submitted the item as evidence. It would appear, my lord, that the inspector was not at liberty to do that. Why ever not? As the man himself revealed earlier, his current assignment has some special conditions. My orders were, recover the medium used to convey the secret leak from the ministry, and do it on the QT, strictly hush-hush. Hush-hush, a top-secret assignment, is it? As far as we're aware, the information stolen comes from confidential government communications. It would seem that if that information were to be revealed in court as evidence, it would be problematic. That's sum up the situation, Inspector. I'm operating under direct orders from the ministry. I'm afraid I'm not at liberty to answer that question. So realizing that the chance that you may be searched here in court, to accept the disc you had acquired from the witness. Does this mean he only pretended to attack Mr. Skulkin in order to get close enough to him to slip the second disc into his pocket? So it was all a pretense? Well now, Inspector Gregson, and you, Mr. Graydon, are you prepared to admit the accusation made against you of all this alleged deal? Of course not. Admit to it, yours truly, please. Mr. Graydon, clearly each individual has an uncommonly active imagination. However, there's no proof that I passed that disc on to the inspector. But then, how did you explain the reason why you knew about the peephole? I'm under no obligation to explain. What? Yes, I lied in my testimony that I admit, so sentence me accordingly, but that is all I admit. Murder, leaking government secrets, striking deal with a detective, all of this all of it is this young Eastern man's fallacy. I have no idea what any of this is about. What? Well, what about you then, Inspector Gregson? Do you admit to making deals with Mr. Grayden in order to acquire the disc? Of course not. Ladies and gentlemen, jury, as Scotland Yard Inspector, I'll declare this and nothing more. I'm acting in the best interest of the country. Whatever I've done, it's been in the name of justice. So, as members of the public of this fine country, I like to think that justice will be your guiding light when you're making your decisions. You're full of it. This is quite quandary indeed. Rarely have I encountered such extraordinary tumultuousness in the concluding of a trial. Nevertheless, in the absence of any further evidence to be presented, I believe it is time we put the matter to the jury for their final leanings. But now, as fellow servant of Queen and country, I must say that I sympathize with the old inspector. Yes, he's a dependable man, I'm quite sure. In service, one becomes good judge of character. Even crossing your eyes doesn't help when it comes to looking at this case. It's all blurred to me. Well, as a fellow professional, I like to put my faith in detective, really. Graydon's highly skilled operator, stop. Currently in presence vital, stop. Detective has very much trust in eyes. More than this, I cannot say. I don't believe it. These 6 jurors are... Oh, God. They're going to believe Gregson if they declare their decision now. Is Ginny going to be found guilty? If I don't manage to produce some definitive evidence right now, then we're going to lose. There's some proof that Graydon killed Mr. Windbank, or so those government secrets. There's some evidence to force Gregson to admit that he struck a deal with the witness. Well then, counsel, I think it's time I impose the jury to declare their final decision. No, that is, unless you have some compelling evidence. Do we? I let the judge call jurors to announce their leanings. Gina will be found guilty. There's no choice under no. You have to throw some more evidence. This is it now. It all come down to this. Who do I present evidence against? Gregson or Graydon? I have to choose one or the other. Some evidence. Some evidence. Who do I present it to? That peephole doesn't really give any evidence. Oh my God. Welcome on in, Reaper. Welcome on in. Petra, get your bread. Alright. There's only one thing we can do, right? There's one piece of evidence we don't have, but could tie everything together. Yep, Reaper. Alright. Oh my god, alright, we are vibing. Gambling? Alright, Reaper. Next stream, your tile will just be gambling. Oh my gosh. Let's throw it on to Gregson. Inspector Gregson, there's one piece of evidence I'd like you to see. What that then? If you refuse to acknowledge that you did in fact strike a deal with the witness here today, then you leave us no choice but to examine this piece of evidence thoroughly. Well, go on. This is my last chance. It looks like I'm going to have to force his hand here. One final piece of evidence. That, Mr. McGilded's peculiar music box console. Yes, with disc already in place, ready to play, I think perhaps now would be a good time to listen to the sound produced by the music box. Only this time, with the second disc we've just discovered set in place as well. Alright, sounds good, Reaper. Hopefully you're doing well today. Goodness, this disc console. No, wait, I can't let you do that. Why not? Because I'm well, because it's got nothing to do with this case, that's why. Not true, Inspector. Eh? The defense has already proposed that the sounds heard by the court earlier from this music box were part of Morse code message. We know that Morse code comprised of 2 distinct tones. The defense believes that second disc contains the second tone needed to complete the message. Now we have a chance to confirm that theory. For crying out loud, Sunshine, we're talking about state secrets here. If we go letting the whole courtroom hear confidential information like that, it's treason. Then you admit the charge? That in order to protect those state secrets, you engage in unlawful dealings with the witness? Lurk, cause you gotta take a shower and need to have fun in court? Alright. Hopefully that goes well for you, Reaper. Have a nice shower, have a nice dinner, and I'm gonna have a great time. You're mad. If you let that secret information out in public domain, you'll be making an enemy of the entire British government, you idiot!
Objection.
Let's not forget, Inspector, that you, a Scotland Yard officer, leaked confidential case detail to a witness, that you continue to lie to the court, and all because by fair means or foul, you're determined to do your duty. Well, by fair means or foul, I'm prepared to do mine. Don't you dare. I will stop at nothing to protect my client. I don't care who I make an enemy of. My lord, if you please. The court must hear sounds made by that music box. Come on, Van Zeke, for Pete's sake, stop him. Oh. Inspector, you should know my method by now. I'm a prosecutor. I'm no Scotland Yard puppet. In this courtroom, my duty is to the law, so let me propose a toast uncovering the truth. By fair means or foul. No! Very well, the defense stands here, and that of the prosecution has been made very clear. I feel, therefore, in accordance with the defense's request, the court will now listen as the music box is set in operation once more. Right. I don't know if I can Morse code this. This time with the second disc in place and both discs playing simultaneously. Let's do this, chat. Listen to that, it's unmistakable now. It's Morse code. Alright, I admit it, whatever you want, but for the love of God, shut that booming box up! I wonder what it said. Let me ask you again then, Inspector Gregson. Did you or did you not strike a deal with the witness next to you in the stand, Mr. Ashley Graydon? Specifically, did you furnish the witness with confidential case details in exchange for this music box disc? Did you reveal the existence of the people in the pawnbroker storeroom door, Inspector? I did. Stop, what are you doing, man? It's all exactly like the young Eastern lawyer said. The trial resumed after that recess. We stood here and stand together. That's when he approached me with the deal. Shut up, you imbecile! Shut up! You there. Do you think that says 9 lots should have been placed inside this court, find them all, or they'll all explode? Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if the Blood Lobster followed me even to the Victorian era of games. You're the detective who turned up at the pawnbrokery the other day, aren't you? I may have something you're looking for, Inspector, with me at this very moment, so how about a trade? I suggest you accept, or information that may make certain individuals uncomfortable will soon become very public indeed. I couldn't let that information become public knowledge, not under any circumstances, so I accepted the man's proposal and told him details about the case that should have put him in the clear. People in storeroom door and the blood stains on the overcoat. By giving false testimony, this witness intended to have the defendant wrongly accused of murder. Inspector, you knew that, yet you still revealed the detail to facilitate the witness's perjury. I did, but then it turned out the people had only been made that night after the incident took place. Scotland Yard wasn't aware of that, if I'm perfectly honest. Well, Mr. Graydon, what have you to say for yourself? There's nothing and no one left for you to hide behind. You struck a deal with the inspector in order to escape conviction of a very serious crime, namely this. You are the third intruder who broke into the pawnbrokery on the night in question. And you perpetrated the murder of the proprietor, Mr. Pop Windabank. You. Traitor! Oh God. Oh no. It's Chip! No! It probably served it anyway. I agree after all of this. Bailiff, restrain that man at once! That's it then. It's all over. Alright. This is such an awkward time, but I think I need to go on break because we are past the 2-hour mark of stream. Don't worry though, it'll only be 10-15ish minutes. That's usually how long I'm away for. While I'm away, some ads will play, but those are just to get rid of pre-rolls and you won't be missing any action, so I appreciate the understanding. And when we come back, we will be finishing up this case once and for all. Although it seems we are just about at the end. So thank you all so much for watching, and we'll be back very, very shortly. This is a good point. Let's go, Rube. Perfect. Then even more of the reason for me to go and... Wait, no. Ah! We are back and we are ready to hear just what Graydon has to say for himself. Also, welcome on in, Neko. I despised my life growing up. Those slums are vile places. I was cursed from birth, born into poverty. The son of a penniless artisan. My parents did nothing but quarrel all day long. What little money they had was never spent on me. I set about studying to better myself, to one day escape from that hellhole. And you eventually became a communications officer. I admire your determination. But then you decided to sell government secrets? Why? Isn't it obvious? Because I wanted money. Even now, years later, nightmares of my life in the sun wake me up in small hours. I wanted to drown them out with more money than anyone who lived in that squalor could ever imagine. Then one day I met him. Mr. Magnus McGilded. You're a fiend with acquired talent, so you are. I have money throw your way if you're interested. All you need to do is go along with me little plan now. I had to steal the Ministry telegraphic message logs and McGilded would buy them for a handsome sum. As I was responsible for inspections of the Ministry's communications office, it was a simple enough task. The lure of the devil's offerings, how easy it is to succumb. But you must surely have realized the seriousness of the crime you were committing. And for that reason, I took great lengths to ensure that my actions were untraceable by using the music box. My father was a brickmaker, though my mother divorced him when I was still a child. Yes, Mr. Mason Milverton. That's right, he was very skilled with his hands. He'd once been a music box maker's apprentice. I imagined his skills would be sufficient to create a machine that could generate Morse code. So I sought out my father again to employ his services. It was the first time I'd seen him since I left the slums 10 years earlier. Look at you, Ashley. What a fine gent you've become, eh? He's a different man to the one in my memory, a thin, pale old man. But poverty had never broken him, never corrupted him like it had me. I assured that he wouldn't help me if I told him the real reasons. I made up a story. I've got some work for you, father. I need some music box discs made. Music box discs, eh? A musician friend of mine had written some music he wants to sell to the public. I've brought the score with me. There are 2, actually. I'd be delighted, son. It's been 20 years since I did any work like this, though. Fetch my tools, would you? They're in the loft. That's how I had to make the 2 discs. Thereby splitting the information in 2. You were taking considerable precautions indeed. It was to protect myself as much as anything. I meant that I could deal with McGilded in 2 separate transactions. The first involved the first of the 2 discs and the music box for playing them. I exchanged them with McGilded for 10 guineas. Then, on receipt of the second disc, he would pay 1,000 guineas. So what happened on the omnibus 2 months ago? Was the second part of the deal the exchange of the second disc? Yes. I told the man information that way a number of times already, but it seems he became reluctant to part with his money. That doesn't quite make sense, Mr. Graydon, for why was it on that omnibus 2 months ago? Your father, Mr. Milverton, was on the one dealing with Mr. McGilded and not yourself. When I received 1,000 guineas after my first completed dealings with the guinea, I said give 200 to my father for his troubles. But my father realized something was amiss. In time, he worked out that I must be involved in something dubious. And when he died, he said to me, next time there's an exchange, you'll let your old man do it. Understand? Otherwise, I won't take your money anymore. That was my father's way of dealing with it, I suppose. Climb on into the omnibus, hand over the second disc, take the money from McGilded, that's it. I had no idea what was actually on disc, so I'd asked him to make. He never knew. Just like I'll never know why everything went so horribly wrong that night. All I know that this was taken from him and he never returned home. It's only then that I found out what sort of monster McGilded really was. After 10 years of not once uttering it, I swore on my father's name. To exact revenge. Oh, revenge? And anyone with even the remotest knowledge of the man will no doubt be able to imagine. McGilded brought all this wealth and influence bear in the most despicable of ways. To crush any semblance of justice in his trial. The crime scene was tampered with, evidence was fixed, and witnesses were bribed. That trial 2 months ago was farced from start to finish. My feet had barely touched British soil back then, and I walked into that hornet's nest completely unaware of the sinister background to it all. I'd made plenty of money out of my dealings with McGilded by then, so I spared nothing in my arrangements 2 months ago. I knew exactly who to hire. If you're willing to pay the price, there are people in the city willing to do anything you ask. McGilded himself had shown me that. Are you saying that? I think he has a picture now after he twisted everything to his favor in this courtroom to ensure he walked free. I took matters into my own hands and delivered the justice that monster deserved. So he was the real one who he is the one who set fire to the omnibus. The tragic accident following the trial here 2 months ago was planned and executed by yours truly. McGilded's death that day, caused by this man. Everything is ready, sir, if you'd like to follow me into the courtroom. What, this officer? 'Tis sooner than I'd led to believe. Oh, it's not too inconvenient, sir. There's some changes to the schedule. Well, I must be making tracks now. 'Tis time for the inspection. They're going to examine the omnibus again, so I'm told. I asked if I could be present for it myself. That policeman who came to tell McGilded he could examine the omnibus again. That's right, an imposter hired by me. McGilded used his wealth to manipulate the trial, made people to adulterate the omnibus with all manner of false evidence, threatened the witnesses to lie in their testimony. So I gave the man a taste of his own medicine once the omnibus was doused in paraffin. When my sham police ushered McGilded inside and sent him away on a one-way journey to hell. An eye for an eye. That's how I avenged my father's death. Fine chilling account indeed. But that wasn't the end of it for me. There's loose end, you see. Loose end? Yes, I should think it's obvious the second disc which my father had taken into exchange with McGilded. Ah, yes, there was indeed no mention of it in the man's trial 2 months ago. Sorry, because it had been removed from the scene of the crime. When I realized it was missing, I remembered something. Something from the first time I dealt with McGilded. Here goes the music. This is the first of the 2 discs, and the music box you need to play them. Well, look at that now. What an ingenious little invention. So then, as promised, 10 guineas for ye. So then, as promised, 10 guineas for ye, young man. But what's this? Winterbank's pawnbrokery? Aye, 'tis a pawnbroker's ticket, so 'tis. You can use it to redeem an article I've deposited in there for ye. There's no need to give him a name, just hand over a ticket and tell the fiend the watchword. I put a jewel in pawn for ye. It'll fetch good 10 guineas if you sell it, so it will. Alright. Yeah, this is a good correct song, I think. I agree, we needed something new, Rube. I've never heard of pawnbrokery being used in quite that way before. Have you not, Mr. Graydon? London pawnbrokeries are very useful places, you know. Each one is like an extremely secure vault. So I knew that if he'd taken us outside the disc, it would be in that pawnbrokery somewhere. And on the night he killed my father, he must have entrusted the ticket to someone. Yes, to Gina. I remember now that when we first met you at Windbanks that afternoon 2 days ago, you had a description of Miss Lestrade written down. How did you know who you were looking for? From trial, that pickpocket testimony is clearly peculiar. Anyone could see that. I realized immediately that she's another one of McGilda's pawns, that he must have threatened her somehow. I was fairly convinced it would be her who had the ticket, so I started to make some inquiries. I had strong suspicion the girl would come out of the woodwork on the redemption deadline. And he's absolutely right. And yes, sure enough, she did. All I needed to do was to wait until the girl went to Winterbanks to redeem the articles. But unfortunately, she redeemed only McGilda's overcoat and the one disc that was in its pocket. The all-important music box with the second disc inside was missing, because it had already been forfeited 2 days earlier. But I was unaware of that fact. Had I not been, I could have avoided my nighttime excursion. Meanwhile, as our investigation into the stolen government secrets was progressing, we picked up on the fact that McGilda was involved. Victor, you've recovered fast. My orders were to recover the stolen information as quickly as possible. So we started gathering fellas' possession, then examining whatever we could lay our hands on. We love Gregson here. Not as much for lying and throwing Gene under the bus, but we still love him. We had a full-scale investigation going on in the yard, but we had to keep it as quiet as we could. Then, when the inspector took this from me in the pawnbroker that day, I became nervous. I showed the music box and second disc were still there in the shop somewhere, so I knew that it was a race against time. I had to find those articles before the police did. So that's what prompted you to break into his place that same night. With the help of your old friends, the Skulkin brothers. What happened that night in the pawnbroker I can only describe as a nightmare. While Nash and Ringo were searching the counter, I located a music box I'd sold to McGilda on the shelves of forfeited articles. The second disc was inside. Yes, I slipped it into my pocket with a very deep sigh of relief. But then, something entirely unexpected happened. What are you doing in my shop? Gunshot rang out in shop and I felt sharp pain in my left arm. The broker fired his gun, and the bullet pierced your limb. Yes, exactly, but unfortunately I decided to bring my own gun with me that night, just in case. Before I knew what had happened, I'd fired back. The man had already turned to flee. I didn't intend to fire in his direction, much less kill him. But unfortunately for both of us, the bullet hit home. It struck him in the middle of his back as he fled through the storeroom door for refuge. A sorry tale. All took place in the blink of an eye. I don't imagine Nash and Ringo ever realized what happened at first. I was terrified, so I fled. And that's the whole story. That's everything that happened at Winterbanks that wretched night. And there we have it. Earlier you called McGilda a monster, a man who uses wealth and influence to distort the facts and escape justice for the crime of a murder. Oh no. What tragic irony, for what you have done is exactly the same. You've become the very monster you saw and despised so deeply in McGilded. Yes, I think I have. That's it. Well, this has been a long and exhausting trial. However, it would seem that at last we've arrived at the truth. Inspector Gregson, what of Mr. Ashley Graydon? He's been restrained, my lord, and is being escorted to the yard. He'll be charged with murder of Mr. Winterbank and the stealing of government secrets. Very good. And you, Inspector, regrettably you'll have to face charges yourself. Yes, my lord, of course. Despite that you are complicit in helping criminals escape justice, that fact remains that whether or not you are doing so in the line of duty, the crime is serious, Inspector, and inexcusable. Now to the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. Oh, yeah? It's time for the final education. Is the jury ready, Mr. Foreman? Yes, sir. Good. If God and by, sir. This is really it now. The last push, the final call, the finishing whistle. My men are ready to deliver the verdicts. Thank you, Mr. Foreman. Very well, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will now declare your final decision to the court.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Lots of stuff. I'm off to Oak. Finally, you finally managed to do it. Finally is the word. I really wasn't sure if you'd come out on top for a while there. Dizzy was right. You're the best lawyer in the world. Miss Lestrade, I'm not finished with you yet. Eh? Why you look at me like that for? Before you start enjoying your freedom, there's certain other crimes to consider. Eh? 2 months ago in my courtroom, no less, you gave false testimony, did you not? And in relation to the trial today, not only did you unlawfully enter Windbank's pawnbrokery, you also attempted to abscond with Mr. McGilda's property, it seems. Eh? I've never done none of the sort. Of course not. It's not like you were gleefully wearing Miss Gilda's coat in your cell yesterday or anything. Aw, and just when I was getting excited about throwing a party for Ginny this evening, and turning our attention to the defense. Determining that when played together, the music boxes contained message in Morse code as well. It was certainly a most unexpected revelation, counsel. Are we ever gonna get some respect from Van Zeke? Quite so, my lord, the prosecution was caught entirely off guard. In fact, I think we should applaud my learned friend's courage here today. I propose a toast. To demanding that government secrets be disseminated before the entire courtroom. Ugh, very sorry about that. It is the only way I could get Inspector Gregson to admit what he'd done. If I may say something on that point. Oh no, it's about sound produced by the music box before. I do wonder if that really was Morse code at all. What are you saying, madame? Oh well, it's just that I'm really rather fanatical when it comes to Morse code, you see. So much so that the whole world seems to be covered in dots and dashes to me. Goodness, madame, an unearthly level of obsession one feels. I must say that in my opinion, sound produced by those two discs were nothing more than that meaningless series of two different tones. What if you inverse them? What? Can that really be? Was it Morse code after all? My lord, the defense would like listen to music box again. Hurry off your nut, how many times do I have to tell you? Don't just contain the ministerial secret, sunshine. This courtroom is not an appropriate forum to discuss the nature of government communications. You know, McGill conspired to trade national secrets with our enemy secrets quiet from Mr. Graydon. Now that man has admitted to his crimes, we have no need to pursue the matter further. But it's really going to bother me. Miss Lestrade! Yeah, me lord? That which you have seen today in this courtroom has been extremely disturbing. Falsified evidence, intimidation, perjury, a grim catalog of depravity. An appalling experience to befall any child. Come on, it ain't nothing I don't see most days in the back slums. I beg your pardon. If you're weak, you pay for it. That's how life goes. Gina. Well, look, I reckon I worked something out today. The war ain't fair, but if you want it to change, you gotta start at home. You gotta change how you are yourself. Well, that's a very laudable lesson, I would say. I eagerly look forward to the born-again Miss Lestrade never gracing my courtroom with her presence again. Now with regard to the murder of Mr. Pop Winterbank, proprietor of Pawnbrokery Business on Baker Street, I hereby defendant Miss Gina Lestrade. Objection now. It's over. Oh god, that was mind-numbing. That is actually mind-numbing. It wasn't a jump scare, luckily. If it had been guilty, I would have screamed. Oh my god. That's great. That is all. Court is adjourned. It's Van Zeke. He's finally gonna speak to us one-on-one. You know what? That's very fair, and I agree, Rube. On a personal note, I must say you've surprised me, my Far Eastern friend. Despite being a Nipponese, you saw through the pretense to the mouth that festered within that Englishman, and at the same time you saw through the grime to the surprising heart of your English client. You have a curious talent for judging characters, especially considering our very different cultures. I don't think there's anything curious about it. Whether we're from Empire of Great Britain or the Empire of Japan, we're all human beings. We're not so very different on the inside. You know, I took this case for one very simple reason. To lock swords with you once again here in the courtroom. You did? When I encountered you for the first time 2 months ago, it reminded me of toasting friendship and trust with another Nipponese, only to find my trust betrayed. Through you, I hope to look into the eyes of the man I once knew and try to understand. Wait. You mentioned something similar earlier today about total betrayal at the hands of the Japanese. What happened exactly? Well, you may ask, and one day when the time comes, you'll learn the answer whether you like it or not. Alright, and I'll wait for that day then, if I must. Coming to be known as the Reaper of the Bailey and my retirement from service 5 years ago gives me cause to wonder if our meeting has some deeper purpose. So, farewell, my learned Nipponese fellow, until we meet again. "17th of April, 5:24 p.m. The Old Bailey, Defendant's Antechamber. It's done. It's over at last. But where's Iris disappeared to? Probably to go see Hurley. Ah, congratulations, Gina. I knew it all along. I knew that you were innocent. Well, you did what you said, Mr. Nada Odo. Why is this like the perfect song? What the hell? You believe in me right up to the end. You're as old as your name. What's odd about it? I told you I had faith in you, didn't I? 5 months is over, it's no longer attorney's attorney. Alright, that joke, 10 out of 10. What's odd about it? I told you I had faith in you, didn't I? Well, never as before, see? I kept it a promise. I mean, properly. That's awful. I figured something out today. All me life growing up in slums, I never trusted no one. Not just cause I've been scared of being stabbed in the back. I mean, more you trust someone, more it hurts when they let you down. Yes, I think I can understand that. After all, I had a taste of it in that trial 2 months ago. I just showed someone and paid for it. That betrayal left a big scar. You know though, Gina, I worked something out quite recently too. Trusting in someone else is really an exercise in learning to trust yourself. And when your gut tells you it's the right thing to do, your trust is rewarded. And your trust is rewarded, there's no better feeling in the world. I think I have you to thank for reminding me of that valuable lesson. Oh, well, if you say so. Don't make fat laws send me though. And trying to say that putting my faith in you, Gina, has been a real pleasure. Oh, crying out loud, back it in. But I suppose I sort of feel the same way. I mean, sometimes trusting someone else is, you know, alright. Thanks. This is the way I see it, Ryunosuke. A defense lawyer is only as good as his faith in his client. And that comes down to how much faith he has in himself. After this experience, I'm starting to feel like I understand what you mean. Cosima, am I living up to your expectations? Am I turning out to be the lawyer you believed I could be? Pardon the interruption. Oh, god damn it. But what the deuce does a man have to do to be noticed around here, my dear fellow? Cosmo just get this like if Cosmo was Persona game and this game was Atlas. You're so right, Rue. You're so right. Also, Sholmes jump scare. We love to see it. Is the 870 quote worthy? Will you finally get your third quote? Up to chat, I think, if anyone wants to add it. It is a pretty good quote, I will say. A good, at least potential for one. Regardless, though, it will always be memorialized on the VODs. But what the deuce does may not be noticed to be noticed around here, my dear fellow? That voice! Too late for that voice now, Mr. Nodhodl. I've been standing here patiently in the corner for the room in the eternity. Yes, it was me all along. I would have dead when you finally noticed me. But you people with your incessant babbling, Mr. Holmes. Yes, it was me all along. You see? I assumed he'd been taken back to the hospital, to be honest. Indeed I was, but I managed to escape again. Oh. That's a bad quote. Oof. I happen to be aware of one or two foibles of doctors tending to me. I merely made my knowledge of them known to man, and he happily issued me with a leave of absence. I will say the lettuce sandwich one is immaculate out of context still. I'm very above board. But enough of my adventures. Does fine victory, Mr. Nodhodl. Your tireless efforts are justly rewarded. Your tireless efforts justly rewarded, I feel. Congratulations are in order, and as close friend, I tip my hat to you. Oh, thank you? Some great detective you are. Great, I'm being cold as ice, maybe? Have I irked you in some way, Miss Lestrade? Well, you've been having a snooze in your nice old bed. Some of us have been fighting for our lives. Oh, well, that bullet did cause me to lose a substantial amount of blood, it's true, so I have indeed been feeling somewhat cold. Not perhaps as cold as ice, but, well, have a feel. Could you take your hands off my neck, please, Mr. Sholmes? And in some way, I suppose congratulations are in order for you too, Miss Lestrade. Oh yeah, that one is Neko's. Gosh, that is great. Some way, I suppose congratulations are in order for you too, Miss Lestrade. What's that supposed to mean? Why are you so avoided? Well, naturally, it isn't my intention to alarm you, but an acquittal in a trial with that particular prosecutor is perhaps a little precarious. Well done, Miss Sholmes, not alarming in the slightst. Oh, the Reaper, you mean? Because anyone who's found not guilty in trial he was working on winds up dead anyway, that it? Very point I'm trying to make, as exemplified by the fate of Mr. McGilded, in fact. Ah, but of course I pay no attention to such irrational drivel myself. Yeah, well, don't bother me. Oh, really? Well, no, the way I see it, Reaper is a bit like him upstairs. Him upstairs? You mean like God? Yeah, him upstairs knows what's what, right? He knows what people are like on the inside. He won't have got the wrong end of the stick. There's some cores like that bulk who are rotten to the core, and at the end of the day, him upstairs, make sure they get what they deserve. Because that's one way of looking at it. Fine justice is one thing, though. The Reaper taking matters into his own hand and claiming lives is another. Well, I ain't like McGilded of this world, so I ain't scared. I got principles, see? I'm pretty sure that's Mr. E, but I could be wrong. I do feel like that's Mr. E's. It's been so long, though. That's Reaper. That one is 100% Reaper Rube. I can say that for a fact. Trade in which you, a trade in you which is to be admired, Miss Lestrade. Boy, just give me a rest, alright? As I was saying, congratulations are in order. The news of your acquittal was very welcome news to me indeed. Let me express my heartfelt congratulations, Gina. Well, there you are, early. How long have you been here? Sorry, I just processed her. I just processed Sholmes collapsing onto the ground. Posse, I went to the main entrance especially to meet you there. Ah, my dear, I do apologize, but wait until I tell you what happened. This pair made utter fools of themselves. What happened? As you know, I have a penchant for disguise. I was hiding in this room just as a bailiff, but these dolts didn't notice my presence at all. They had no idea. Can you imagine, Iris? Would you credit it? I'm not sure, really. I beg your pardon. I'm sorry, Hurley, but you just don't have the weighty presence you seem to think you have. In fact, you really ought to be careful about that. It's going to land you in trouble one day. Foreshadowing is a narrative device. I'll be careful. Ouch. Anyway, it's such a shame. I was so hoping to throw a party for Ginny tonight, but you won't be able to come, will you? Don't look at like I'm going to be going nowhere for a while. You are Judge's patter. I got stuff to make amends for, apparently. All them offenses. Was it again? Breaking and entering, talking, bulk trotter stuff was in log. Blah, blah, blah. That also feels like a Reaper one, but I'm uncertain. Yes, I think you'll find that basically being a pickpocket is the main offense. What type of nature an offense? It's a job, innit? I don't think so. You're pretty sure you added that one. Interesting. I mean, again, I think that was Reaper. So it has got me thinking all this. Maybe I should start looking for another line of work. I mean, you didn't start off as lawyer, did you, Otto? Well, no, but I never pickpocket. Well, anyway, I reckon I could make a change. I mean, you can always skim the VODs if you're really determined. Okay, I've had baby is you, hot dog is Reaper. Alright, that makes sense. I honestly couldn't remember, but that checks out. The iPad baby. Can do something for them like me from the slums, something that makes difference for them. Look, Neko, it's not the number of quotes, it's the quality of them. You have a lot fewer quotes, but your quotes are quality. And in my opinion, quality over quantity. Do something for all of them like me from the slums, something that makes a difference for them. That's a wonderful idea, Ginny, and I'm sure you can do it. That one is one of my favorite quotes. Like, I'm being dead honest. Look, let's not get into this, alright? The point is, everyone has their nice quotes. That's what matters. What is it? No, again, all that matters is the quotes. Everyone has their moments, and the quotes are just meant to be fun little remnants of those moments. That's all. Look, it's fine, Neko. It's all good. Just remember, at the end of the day, a piece of lettuce between two pieces of bread or the entire criminal underworld is peak quote right there. One of the best. Gosh darn it. Alright, Miss Gina Lestrade. The prison carriage has arrived, ma'am. Come with me to the rear gate at once. Right. Well, looked like I'm off then. Yes, goodbye, Gina, and good luck. Odo? Yeah? Oh no. I love the long ass wind up animation. What was that for? I don't know. I mean, yeah, foreshadowing is a literary device. I don't know what to say, so. Indeed, perhaps the situation calls for a phrase hit there too. Missing from your vocabulary, Miss Lestrade. Eh? Occasion such like this. I'd recommend simple thank you. Oh yes, it's good advice, Ginny. Right, I see, well. Aw. Thanks, Odo. Aw. Thank you for everything what you've done, for believing in me. Not at all. In fact, that should be my line. Thank you, Gina. Oh, there she goes. I wonder if I'll ever see her again. Well, well, quite the indomitable pick of purse. Yeah, that would be one heck of a quote. I'll just say that, but probably for the best. Odo pulls that gun. You know what? That's a mood right there. Oh, I nearly forgot. I bought I bought a paper outside. It's special edition, and this trial is all over the front page. Pick up pockets instant proven. Isn't it wonderful? Should have shown it Gina Irish. She would have been thrilled. Oh no, how silly of me. But anyway, would you like the good news or the bad news? Ugh, not again. Well, what do you say, Hurley? As usual, I think I'd rather get the bad news out of the way first. Absolutely not. I have no intention of listening to anything but good news. And there you have it. How people answer that question says a lot about them, doesn't it? Let's not go there. Alright then, maybe let's start with good news this time. The rain has finally stopped. It was a record level of rainfall, apparently. Well, that is good news indeed. We can journey back in greater comfort. Alright then, what's the bad news? The huge storm has left. The sea's very choppy. The channel in particular is awful, so sailings out of Dover have been delayed by a day or more. Wait, Dover? That's right. If we head to the station immediately, we may still make it in time to wave Susie off. But, there won't be a train, surely. We couldn't be that lucky. Who do you think I am, Mr. Naruhodo? Mr. Sholmes? I rushed to Victoria Station earlier and made an arrangement for a special express. If we hurry now, we shall be there in time for dinner. And I know of a fine restaurant that serves the most delicious baked sole. Do you know what bad news is? No. She doesn't know the term whatsoever. Dover, that's where my friend Ben is from. I thought it was drowned, Neko. God, that is an ancient reference I made. Why did I say that? I don't... The great detective does it again! Indeed he does! I haven't been aware of a number of the rail transport directors of foibles. What? I merely made knowledge of them known to the man and he heavily laid on the locomotive. Elementary! Just an idea, but it might be wise to stop manipulating people that way. What are we waiting for then? To London, Victoria. Oh no, I'm aware, Neko. I am aware. 10 out of 10 reference. I do prefer the drowned instead of Dover variety though. 18th of April, 5:32 a.m. Port of Dover, quayside. That took somewhat longer than I had anticipated. These boat must be about to leave now. Miss Susato, where are you? Over there, look. Looks like she's reading something. The Tale of the Baskervilles? Because we still don't know. Miss Susato, wait, what are you doing? Mr. Naruhodo, what are you doing here? We came as soon as we could after the trial. I mean, we heard that the sailings were being delayed due to the bad weather, you see. Oh, I see. Then tell me, how did Gina's trial go? It went well. She was acquitted. That's wonderful, really wonderful news. Are we ever gonna get an answer on the Baskervilles thing? Book you're about to see. It was your Encyclopedia of British Law, wasn't it? Oh dear, I was hoping you hadn't seen that. I'm not worthy of practicing law in any way now, so I was saying my final farewell. You're saying goodbye to law? You, Susato-san? Would I be correct in assuming it's because of the people, Miss Susato? I deliberately altered the scene of the crime, and then I tried to hide that fact. What I did is utterly unforgivable, but why? That reminds me. How did you even come to have this, Susie? On the evening of the incident, Miss Sholmes had invited Gina to dinner, if you remember. Oh yes, we had a wonderful time. Well, Gina gave us a little introductory lesson, didn't she? To the art of pickpocketing, I mean. Oh, that was so much fun. I stole Runo's armband. Yes, please don't do that again, Iris. That band's very important to me. Well, if it's so important, you should pay more attention to it. You didn't notice for ages. On a whim, I thought it'd be fun to see if I could take the cat flapper-mats I put it up my sleeve. Really? And then I rather forgot about it until I found myself in Mr. Winbank's shop with it later that night. I see. And then... Mr. Sholmes, leave me Naruto right. After Mr. Naruto left the shop, I started thinking that door started to play on my mind. The storeroom door, you mean? Yes, if Gina was anywhere in the shop, I realized it could only be behind that door, and at that moment, the little device I had up my sleeve sprang to mind. I was so worried about Gina, I simply had to know. So I used the cat flap-o-mat to make the peephole in the door. As captured in a photographic print of the shop by one of Hurley's red-handed recorders. Indeed, it was of the first importance at that point. Precisely when the people was made, that information would prove to be Naruhodo's greatest weapon, though naturally without proof it would have amounted to nothing. But when I looked through the hole in the door, the sight that made my blood run cold. That started to run through my mind. I remembered that trial 2 months earlier, the trial of Magnus McGilded. I thought about how he had manipulated the evidence and arranged a false testimony, secured freedom. If I made British justice, it made the British justice system feel very dark and sinister to me. And then a terrible thought occurred to me. What if some wicked criminal is planning to do the same thing now? Because from the appearance of the crime scene, it looked exactly as though Gina had shot Mr. Winterbank. Even though I was sure she would never have done such a thing, you're worried that the true culprit would try to frame her for the crime. That's right, but then I realized it would be very difficult for anyone to give false testimony in this case. What do you mean? Well, the crime appeared to have happened behind the door of a locked room, where someone claimed falsely to have witnessed it. There would have to be a way to see beyond the door. For which, a people would be the very thing. Only the people I had made wasn't actually there until after the crime scene had been committed, of course. And the criminal would know that, so it wouldn't make any difference. But the possibility of a rather ingenious trap was there, was it not? A trap? That why she did it? So is that why you kept secret, Susie? You never mentioned that you made people to anyone, not even the police. I know, and I knew that at the time what I was doing was wrong, a criminal offense even. That's why I decided to confide in Mr. Sholmes. Mr. Naruhodo was completely backed into a corner with no other possible means of escape. The truth about the people could save him. That was my plan. She really does think of everything. But then, why didn't you just tell me everything before the trial began? My dear fellow, you're not thinking straight. If you had done that, it would have rendered you complicit in the whole escapade. Ah. You could have been disbarred if you had been seen knowingly tampered with crime scene. So Mrs. Sada decided to shoulder the burden of responsibility alone. For your sake and Miss Lestrade's. Mrs. Sato. The truth is, when it happened, I did it because I'd lost a little of my faith in the law. Oh. I was worried that the right person wouldn't be convicted of the crime, but the moment I allowed myself to think that, is the moment I lost my right to call myself a judicial assistant. What you did isn't comparable to what he did. Raiden is the one who lied in the witness stand, using that people as way to implicate Gina. Besides, if the people inconsistency hadn't existed, I'm not all that sure that she would have been acquitted in the end. Miss Sada, what you did saved Gina's life. Well, with your kind words, Mr. Naruto, you've saved me too from my regrets. Well, we must all be thankful that Miss Lestrade's freedom has been assured. Yes, exactly. Although some of the loose ends in that trial will continue to play in my mind, I'm sure. But the revelation that the music boxes contain secret messages, Mr. Naruto. What a triumph to work that out. I'm full of admiration. Well, actually, that argument wasn't quite as compelling as I thought it was. Oh, it wasn't? There was a communications officer among the jury members, you see, a telegraph operator, and she said the majority of the sounds on disc were just meaningless tones. As one would expect, after all, we are talking about secret government communication. No doubt they're written in cipher to avoid being readily understood should they have been intercepted. In cipher? I see. So then we could never have hoped to understand the message anyway. Nonsense, my dear fellow. Quite a zero pipe problem, I assure you. Eh? Asogi? What? Well, it can't be a real word, can it? How funny. Wait, Iris, what did you just say? Oh, I just said Asogi. Does that word mean something to you? Means something. Asogi, what's the name of my best friend? What? But how? How do you know that name, Iris? I wrote it down during trial before when the message was playing on the music box. Teacher described it on the fly. She really is a genius. I thought the message probably wouldn't be written out in plain Morse code, so I tried various ways to interpret it. But whatever I tried, the words didn't seem to make any sense. That is, in English at least. Oh. It suddenly occurred to me, you see, there's more than one Morse code, not just the English variety. Various countries around the world have altered and added to Morse code to use it in their own languages. I don't believe it. Are you saying... That's right. I've only actually seen Japanese Morse code once before, but I think it's based on the Iroha pangram, isn't it? And you mean to say that Japanese Morse code, the message says Asogi? Yes, I think so. Sorry, but I don't remember all the Japanese Morse code. Would you let me see that? Mrs. Sada, do you know Japanese Morse code? Yes, I spent time studying it. Because I'm quite sure Morse code will become ever more important for international communications. God, that is not what I was expecting. Holy crap. Then might I recommend, my dear madam, you focus your efforts on the English version? Be that as it may, show me the message, please. Of course. But what can this possibly mean? Whatever is in that long sequence of supposedly meaningless dots and dashes, it's made the color drain from Sada-san's face. There's no doubt that this message is written in Japanese Morse code. The British Empire has been using Japanese for secret communications. I don't understand the reason why, but the message appears to be a list of 4 people's names. 4 names? First is Kei Asogi, Cosma Asogi. Why was his name on that disc? Second, Shin? I don't recognize it. Third is T. Gregson. Gregson. It seemed Tobias Gregson is third man on the list. What's his name doing in secret government communication as well? And the last name. What's the matter, Mrs. Sato? It's just so strange, so unexpected. Oh, what is it, Susie? Last name. J. Wilson? Oh. God. Damn it. What? Wilson? John H. Wilson, you mean Daddy? Oh no. Oh no, Iris is gonna learn. It's all converging. But why? It says only J. Wilson, so I'm afraid I can't be sure. Then after the four names it reads, if I translate from Japanese, that is all four. And that's the end of the message, or rather the end of what you noted down, Iris. I just can't believe it. Whoever would have thought that though this contained Japanese Morse code, not mention strange lists of some disturbingly familiar names. It would appear that this particular message is a communication of some kind between Great Britain and the Empire of Japan. So if Daddy could be in Japan then, where Susie and Runo come from? Oh, well... no. It's not very likely, really, is it? I mean, there's thousands of people with the surname Wilson, and there must be lots of J's among them. Professor John H. Wilson, visiting professor of medicine at the Imperial Yume University. But we can't tell Iris about that now. We just can't. This is so strange. Somehow I'm solving the case of Mr. Windbank's murder today. I feel like I've rolled back a boulder at the mouth of a very dark cave. I do wonder if perhaps it's dark cave that we shouldn't go wandering inside. Oh dear, the ship is going to set sail soon. Yes, it seems so. I'll sail on that steamship first to the port of Dunkirk in France. Then I'll change onto a larger passenger vessel bound for Japan. You're really going then, Susie? We wish you safe passage, Miss Susato. Thank you so much. I wish you all the very best. Mrs. Sato, I'd hoped to have you always at my side to guide me and support me. Mr. Naruto, please come back soon. As far as I'm concerned, you really are the very best judicial assistant in the world. I'm quite sure I'll be back before you know it. Really, Susie? Oh, now don't forget, Iris, I made you a promise I've yet to fulfill. A promise? About your manuscript. Ah. Oh yes, the Hound of the Baskervilles. Oh, well, I'll be waiting for you then, Susie. A promise is a promise. How dare you continue to tease me, game? Hound of the Baskervilles. The Hound of the Naruhodos. Yeah, I don't think. Nothing here. Definitely Iris. Naruhodo. Yes? Do you remember the first time we met? Yes, of course, on the SS Budia when I was dragged out from that wardrobe till half asleep. If I remember rightly, you threw me halfway across the cabin with a Susada takedown. You know very well that I'm talking about after that. Ay, surely. It's strange, but being thrown together as we were in that case, I somehow felt straight away that you are the perfect person to continue Cosmo-sama's great legacy. Miss Susato. And my instincts were right. I really want to believe. No, I'm sure that. I'll be back soon. Farewell until then.
Somehow we seem to have come to the end of the adventures of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Or the first volume, at least. Looking back now, it feels as though fate has led me on this journey. Fate led me to becoming a lawyer, to traveling halfway around the world, to meeting the great detective. I'm sure there'll be trials and tribulations ahead. Of course there will. But whatever happens, I know I'll be able to turn my fortunes around. After all, I have the greatest friends in the world on my side.
Oh, god damn it. Oh yes, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, Mr. Sholmes? I have some rather awkward news. Yeah, the railway had sided Sue over the special express train apparently, go figure. Huh? It had caused such commotion on the line, all other trains had to wait at stations. But really, we would never have made it over in time otherwise. Anyway, I explained everything and now it was all your fault. What? Huh? Huh? I believe a formal complaint should be delivered to your office tomorrow. But not worry, my dear fellow, according to Mrs. Sato. You're allowed defending yourself in court. Huh? 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 It's alright, I'm perfectly happy to testify. He really didn't look like the sort of man who would do something so outrageous, see? Here it comes. Every single goddamn Ace Attorney game ends with this. Every single one ends with one line, one phrase, one word. The most powerful word. The most important word of any defense lawyer. The one word that changes fates. The one word that decides the entire lives of anyone who steps across in a courtroom. Just one. Mr. Sholmes? Yes? A word, if you don't mind. Why, certainly. Any word you like, bellow it out, my dear. Oh yes, I love Runo's words, and I know just the one he'll use here. Then, I really must say, objection! Director, Scenario Planning, Shu Takumi. He's gonna raise his leg onto the table, isn't he? Van Zeeks. Oh? In the following weeks, hundreds of music boxes arrived at Baker Street from all over Europe. Something was afoot, though it transpired I had ordered them all myself. So I advertised them for sale with used by Mr. Sholmes to solve an important case. And the money I've earned, consulting detective work pays a pittance by comparison. Art direction, character design, Kazuya Nuri. Oh, I haven't slept a wink. This manuscript is due tomorrow now. When I'm this busy, Hurley usually cooks me breakfast. Well, cooks is an overstatement for some dry toast and insipid coffee. I do miss Susie and her lovely Japanese breakfasts. Music, Yasumasa Kitagawa. Witness, your testimony is riddled with contradictions. Exactly, rarely do a rare coupon coins hide under the rare stake themselves. Well, I don't know son knows his father's an innocent man, or are you calling my son a liar? Witnesses, my courtroom is no place for your petty arguments. Lead planner, Shinsuke Kodama, and then something else. Darn it, I was too slow. Having delivered the Russian dancer to shore in Shanghai, I laid low on the steamship for a while. But last night, I apprehended an extremely suspicious Japanese national on board. I've done nothing wrong! All I did was give Fog Eyes off, bring refuge in my pocket. A man bring some kids on board and tell me he's a hardened criminal. It's not fair! Planning Yoichiro Ikeda Atsui something. Scripting Kazuhiro Nakata Ryusuke Yamada. Scientific investigation will be the gold standard for policing the new age. I dream of a world governed by the tenets of order and discipline. Like a great clock, in fact, whose hundreds of parts mesh together in perfect unison. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have but 2 minutes and 37 seconds until my next appointment. Character modeling, Tomohiko Osumi Yasuyo, oh gosh. Tadashi Noyama Takahiro. I'm too slow. Or the credits too fast? I think they're too fast. Latest Rants magazine is out and I'm in it again. Whenever I say that one line she wrote now, I get a standing ovation. Wanna hear it? Not bad, I suppose. Fun amateur. Her ladyship puts me to shame. Character animation Shinji Kaminaguchi Akiko Shibata. Gosh, I can only get like one name out. Been visiting the old girl on daily basis, of course. John, my old jailbird. Must say battling with those bally says every day has done wonders for the dicky peg. Managing rather well with the housework too. Got this maid business taped up, I'd say. Hope the gossiping neighbors don't realize the man of the house is his own maid. The maid of his house is his own... Or the man of his house is his own maid. Yeah, I got it right. Tomoko Takahashi Shinya Kuwashima. I think they appeared earlier. Spirally is back on the beach again, all thanks to the Reaper. There's nothing I enjoy more these days than hunting out small change in the gutter. I'm better bobbing out, looking out for Londoners that dropped a hot penny than my lovely wife. Oh, Pat. Oh, really? Guide sign Mikako Kobayashi no Ue. Ewe. Mari Yamaguchi. Oh, gosh. Looks like I'm gonna be doing time for a bit now. Well, Irish comes every day for a night, so it ain't too boring. You always going on about all them cases what Sholmes is looking into. Criminal investigations are kinda interesting when you get into them. Programming Junichi Shiba, Yuki Urabe, Masayuki Tomoyoshi Yoshida something. Yes, I announced my upbringing and chose a life of sophisticated crime. But regrets? Please. Give over, bruv, this ain't the Ash we used to know. We got time in here to plan the comeback of Milton and Skulkin's milk and go. The Three Musket Warsits. Milking the neighborhood for all it's worth. That makes it Yoshiki Sando. Visual music, Hiromitsu Maeba. Sound team, Yoshinori Koeki Hiroku... Oh gosh, I almost had it. This past 6 months has been a time I shall remember forevermore. Painful goodbyes and wonderful encounters. I've come to realize what life is all about. Now, Hodo-san, I promise your assistant will return to you one day. But for now, I leave you with many memories and a heartfelt wish that life will treat you well. Producer Shintaro Kojima. Aww. So that's it then. And I'm not gonna even bother trying to read all these out. I don't think I have the time for it. Kojima, you're about to panic. It's fine. It's fine, Mitsuri. It's not that kind of Kojima. Okay, so I want to point out one detail before I forget. In the ending cutscene, the violins kicked in only when Sholmes started playing the violin, or at least it showed Sholmes playing it, which I love that detail. Yeah, that is the end of the Great Asa Attorney Adventures. What a freaking time. Oh, also, trying to do all of my voices from before in the past on a whim was so difficult, but honestly, that is great. I loved it a lot. It was an absolutely great time. Oh yeah, our finishing time was 44.4 hours. That is great. I really liked the story. It felt like truly one big cohesive story from one to the next. It wrapped up most loose ends while leaving some very glaringly obvious ones. 4? Surely it means the 4th chapter of this game will be releasing soon. 3rd chapter? We don't need it. Skip to 4 because bigger is better. Gosh. Am I the only one to think that the Russian escapee woman was, like, tied to Gina originally? Because for some... I don't know, it tripped me up so much. The forest reference is 400 times included in a full jump scare in the message. It's actually under 78, you counted for some reason? Oh my god, Rube. I mean, go figure you counted, but... Well, I'm waiting. I will be holding my breath to see just how high that number goes. You get that now? Hideo Kojima made the Metal Gear, and those plots are so batshit insane you had to quote Raiden. That checks out. I want to play Metal Gear Rising Revengeance or whatever it is, if only because the memes have like driven me insane one day. But this was great. I love the setting. I think they used the setting pretty well. Even from the very first trial, you got the hint of things being kind of messed up, you know, between nations. So the way they had it work this way was great. I love it. The plots were definitely... They were so beyond convoluted. I think my big criticism with this game is definitely it's a little slow at times. Like, they really make you hammer out every single goddamn detail. And it does get tiring after a bit, but the overall cases, they're satisfying enough to go through where I can forgive the game for that. Yeah, I don't think we'll be hopping into the second game immediately, as much as I want to. If I was playing this in my own time, I probably would, but damn, doing the voice acting is difficult, and I want to do better at it next time. Also, these take a really long time to go through. So we're gonna take a bit of a pause on this. I'm pretty confident in what I'll be doing next week. But we will be streaming this in the future. The follow-up. They better freaking answer all the loose questions. What the hell is that list that started with us from the very damn beginning? Who is that extra 4th name? Is it the person that betrayed freaking Van Zeke? That's my guess anyways. The Shin or Sheen, whoever that is. Why does Susato know about the Baskervilles title? How could she know? What is that betrayal with Van Zeeks? Just how is Gina gonna change in the future? How is... God, there's so much. There's so much. But even then, I still feel like I got a fairly satisfying resolution to the story. And I'm glad we got to play it. It was a great time. And secretly, John Attorney has been awakened from his deep slumber and now rages against injustices. Oh God. All questions and more will be answered. Damn. Looking forward to it when we get around to it. God though. Aww. I love that. I love that. I miss Kazuma. I miss him a lot. Ah, the title screen change. Oh, I love when they do this kind of thing. I know that's literally as simple as reusing a background, but still. So, finishing thoughts. I still can't get a goddamn read on Sholmes. I can't tell if he's some blundering idiot who somehow manages to be right half the time, or if he's a secret genius that happens to just miss the mark half the time. I literally can't figure it out. I can't figure out what his goddamn deal is. Why? I wish they offered some kind of cosmic explanation for why the jurors were reused from previous trials in case 5. I know it's just to make things cosmically work out, to make it all have things conveniently work, but like that is like, oh God. You know what, Rube? You're not wrong. Sholmes is an enigma, the machinations of which we could never hope to understand. What else is there? That's right. I'm still annoyed. There's something that's bothering me so much. Yeah, I figured as much, Rube. It's just like, both to save on money and, you know, resources, but also to, make it, because a lot of the jurors had relevance in other cases that could then be provided here. I'm sure that's the main reason. It's just like, damn, they never actually think about it. It's so funny that Naruto hit the 1 in 16 quintillion or something. Yeah, especially the Russian dude. The freaking Russian dude is bothering me. Because why was he called for jury duty? It's whatever. There's one thing that I really need to bring up though, and that is the 4th case. You see the other tenants of Satsume. I think that's his name. The dude who got put on murder for the whole chain of accidents stuff. You get to see his neighbors, 2 of them, very briefly. Where are they? Why are they never relevant again? What's the point in showing them? Were they leftover models and they just never had relevance anywhere else? What's going on? Why are they going to show up in Resolve 2? In Resolve? Maybe, I don't know. But the fact that they're there and were never used is driving me absolutely crazy. Oh my God. It doesn't matter because they're there for about 3 seconds, but still. In Soviet Russia, you call jury duty and then get on telephone. Alright, that checks out, mystery. He just made it Soviet Russia, evidently. Oh, gosh. What else? Is there anything else off the top of my head? I don't think so. Van Zeeks. Hold on, let me get some. Assuming the music doesn't show, Ooh. Ooh, I love this. Okay, the fact that they have unused music is freaking amazing. I love it. Ooh. I'm gonna need to check if the Steam OST. Okay, hold on. I need to check real quick. Does the Steam OST have the unused songs in it? Because if so, I might just buy it. Oh, God. Wait, I forgot. Those are $40. It doesn't. Gosh darn it. Okay, so Van Z. Yeah, Van Zieks. I have mixed feelings on him. He seemed to have the most semblance of reason out of any prosecutor I've seen, but also seemed to also gladly throw it away at the slightest chance of tearing Naruto down. Which, I mean, to make a compelling prosecutor, they gotta do it, I guess, but it feels weird to me that there's some times he was willing to go along with it. I think largely those times were when you had good evidence. Like you had proven that you're on something for a doubt, like without a doubt. But also the fact that he doesn't learn to ever even slightly like go along with it, even if it's absurd. He always goes to the freaking insults, unless you immediately back up it with evidence, which is just, I don't get it. I don't get the guy. But whatever. In terms of infuriating prosecutors, less infuriating than Von Karma. If only because Von Karma is just a kind of less interesting Edgeworth in a lot of regards. So what I'd like rating the Ace Attorney prosecutors, I'd probably do like, I think Edgeworth, Goto, Van Zieks, and then Franziska. Not sure about that middle portion though. When you've learned in all these attorney games, a good prosecutor must try to find truth. For that, you must fight with defense to say everything, say regardless. Van Zieks still quite a mystery thus far. See, that's the thing, right? My complaint here isn't that he's challenging the defense. It's more so that anytime you make any sort of claim that is not obvious to the court, he immediately says, "You absolute idiot. You absolute buffoon. Who in their right mind would ever think that's a possible thing? Ever. You absolute nincompoop." Like, if he showed even some semblance of warming up a bit to the idea while still wanting evidence, alright? Yeah, him wanting evidence is good. But god damn, can they learn to even slightly trust the defense? This goes for the prosecutors in the games in general, by the way. Not specifically just for Van Zieks, but I noticed it a lot here. Because in the other Ace Attorney games, all of the prosecutors always just deny whatever you're going along with. They never give in. They never go along with what you say, whatever crazy stuff you propose, until you have literally proven to the court without a doubt that there's no other possible solution. And that, I mean, until you've completed the case, until you get that acquittal. Van Zieks, he will often actually entertain you, but not before immediately calling you a complete idiot. The insult part, I mean, it was discussed in a different stream, but they're actually lighter in this game. Him using my learned Japanese friend and calling him Nipponese, that is him, you know, well, to be blunt, it's him being racist. Even if apparently it's more apparent in the Japanese one, but it's very clear at that he's using those words in that way. It's not about it's about the context, Rube. For example, let's say it was if there's another prosecutor in Britain who was born and raised in Britain, you wouldn't bring that up, right? You wouldn't bring up them being, you know, whatever, or even some neighboring country, like let's say someone from nearby country of France. Even they might not necessarily bring up the, you know, the fact that, you know, they might have had to have learned English because they speak French there. It's about the context. Van Zieks is using it to demean the point of the defense because the defense is from a completely different country. And the sheer frequency which he uses that did honestly get grating. That's probably the point, but like... Is that a friendly way to refer to Naruhodo without using his name, since people really don't like to use Naruhodo's name for some reason? I disagree. I mean, other people... to me, it always very much came across as him talking down to Naruhodo. Any single time he had some kind of issue with you know, Ryunosuke's argument, he would preface it with "my learned Nipponese friend," which just feels like sarcastic and demeaning. It's very subtle and very specific, but I think that's the intention they were going for. And so it just boggles my mind that even to the bitter end, he doesn't seem to let up on that. Maybe that's just his betrayal, but even then, God. The way it feels like to me is that Van Zieks always said he was fighting for the truth, but I did not believe those words. I do not think he was ever fighting for the truth. Maybe not necessarily never, but you got a glimpse of it. You get a glimpse of it in the third trial where he's noticing something is wrong. And he realizes you're noticing something wrong. And he realizes that, you know, you're giving up your chase on that non-guilty verdict because of that. Which feels like it would be a good time for him to actually, you know, maybe start to change his views on Naruhodo a little. Maybe set up him, you know, having some bigger change in the final act. But no, he never really does go for the truth. In the end, it feels like he's doing everything in his power to just make sure that your client gets non-guilty. Which, as a prosecutor's job, is fair. That's fine. That's what all of the other prosecutors do. But then there's sometimes where he lets up, and sometimes where he says he's fighting for the truth. Which which he does do as soon as you have proven for a fact there's a possibility, but he never explores possibilities that you have until you prove a matter of fact that it's possible. Obviously, it's fair to demand evidence, but if you can't already prove it, then it's not a truth. I know, maybe I'm a bit insane for feeling this way, but he feels just too contradictory. That's the thing that really annoys me about him. None of the other prosecutors are like that either. Remember, based on any evidence that everything Samurai complaint can be applied to every game? It's not that, Rube. It's not that. It's specifically his contradictions within himself. Like, again, the other prosecutors, yeah, they deny. Even faced with evidence, they deny. They never... If they change that, they do actually have change. Like, Edgeworth, he goes through his arc. Yeah, he denies. He goes through falsifying evidence in order to get his way. But by the end, he changes from that. And he never pretends to be anything other than a prosecutor who denies to get his way. That's how it is with Von Karma. That's how it is with Godo. And for better or for worse, they are true to themselves for that. But not Van Zieks. He's different in that regard. That's where my problem lies. I'm probably not making much sense, but Van Zieks just, he wasn't a very, he was a messy prosecutor. It felt like he might have actually had, he might have gone more down like an Edgeworth route, but he really didn't. It feels like Ace Attorney won, but Edgeworth never went through his character arc. Not exactly that, but that's the impression I get from him. They set up the possibility of him changing, but no, he never was gonna change. There was never gonna be some other thing. He's just not acting. It's weird. And again, I'm not trying to deny that, you know, evidence is everything. It's just, God. He got on my nerves for all of his antics. Still will take him over Von Karma, though. Franziska Von Karma was not all that interesting. She only got interesting in Trials and Tribulations, honestly. The only funny thing is what ends up happening at the end of the second game, really, but oh well. I definitely don't think he's the strongest. I think Godo to be kind of underwhelming, but more consistent than Van Zieks. Or at least more interesting in the way they handled what he did. So that's why I definitely think I'd put him like above Van Zieks. Edgeworth is so great though. I love his arc and his relationship with Phoenix. God, that was a freaking long rant. Let's see. Wait, all these actually have like little things. That's great. Okay. I love this. I really love how they have the little details on the side there. I think main issue I have is the character arc is just not finished, so comparing him to all their prosecutors doesn't quite work out. I guess that is fair. If in the second game they manage to give him a compelling arc that does acknowledge that does acknowledge his kind of half-baked pursuit of the truth, while also while being constantly demeaning to Naruto, yet seemingly wanting some sort of actual like rivalry or to relive one. If they can somehow do that, then I'm all for it, but I will say that I think is a weakness of the first game. It definitely feels like setup for a sequel, which isn't inherently bad, but it gets to a point where how much can you even discuss about the actual game when so much of it is just not answered? Yeah, Rip. I mean, it probably does help that you've, you know, played the game, the second game. So whatever opinions you're gonna have are assuming he does return, which I assume he does. There's no way he wouldn't after that ending sequence. Do you have more to work with? It's just something we're gonna have to figure out in the future, I guess. You are talking specifically opinions on first game. Gotcha. It's so weird. Like, he felt like he had a really good promise to actually, like, join Naruto in a true pursuit of the truth, kind of like Edgeworth. But he never actually got to that point. He had the potential, but he was just really freaking judgmental and kept using slights over and over. I guess you know what the real problem probably boils down to? Because I'm irritated the prosecution never has to substantiate their claims. There's obvious reason for that. This is not a complaint about that. That is part of how these games are. They are meant to represent really unfair justice systems, which is very accurate because in Japan, they have an exceedingly high conviction rate. No, it is not because they are really good at at nailing criminals. Actually, I want to check something on that note, Rube. Let me see. Oh wait, I just realized I was gonna check. Because someone said before, Rube, that in the Japanese version of the game, they did actually use like real slurs, or at least something much more resembling them, and they're toned down in the localization. So if I ever get to see any evidence of that, if I can find someone talking about that, I would, although I can't because I would risk getting spoiled, and well, that would kind of suck. I don't want to get spoiled, to say the least. But we'll have to see. That's the one thing that I would have to go to. Yeah, Rube. That I think my complaints a lot of the time literally boil down to that. A lot of the problems stem from the fact that the prosecutors never bear the burden of proof, despite the fact that they should be the ones doing it a lot of the time. Oh God. To be fair, you're always given situations that seem like, you know, busted on a right, like you don't stand a chance at the start. So it makes sense, but like, you can't ever sow any doubt. That's one thing that really, really just frustrates me about Von Zieks in particular, I think, which is that despite all of his stuff, a lot of his points, it still always goes back to, well, if you can't prove someone else did it, then of course, by default, the other person did it, which I mean, I guess in that final case is fair enough, but still, I don't know. I found him just a mess. No, at least Edgeworth faked evidence, you know? At least he went out of his way to do that stuff to get his record. At least he did some preemptive planning other than just telling the witnesses not to mention certain aspects and then getting whipped in the face because they revealed it, even after being told not to reveal it because that would be damaging to the prosecution's defense. Oh, God. Edgeworth is the only one who ever seems to show any sort of sympathy. I'm pretty sure the Japanese version does in fact have more direct racist expressions, but since they're only in Japanese version and they're directed at the Japanese, it's more understandable than those remarks were in other versions. On the one hand, you're not wrong, but on the other hand, I think that does still just confirm that if we want to go by localizers still trying to keep the original intent and not changing the intent of a character, I think that would still imply that Von Zieks himself did in fact mean learn friend in Nipponese to be demeaning. Because if that was the original intent and the localizers changed it, that is an oof, to say the least. Like, there is, if that was the intention, at least. Localizing is a difficult job. I want to make it clear. I am not one of those people who are like, oh, directly translate stuff. Because no, you can't directly translate anything. That's a myth. Just not possible. Translating between cultures and all that, it just, you have to do your best to transfer over. And if they felt like there wasn't a good way to translate that slur without making it feel like, you know, it was a really bad message sent by the game, then that's understandable, but no. Pretty sure it was, but whether or not it was doesn't change that I saw those remarks as being friendlier. I mean, that is fair. I mean, it's not, here's the thing, Rube, it's not dictionary meaning. Like, calling someone Nipponese isn't technically wrong, nor is it, you know, saying learned friend inherently a bad thing. If there was a dictionary definition, then you wouldn't feel any differently. So I guess that's one thing about interpretations and all that. Either way, obviously, it's been interesting to discuss this, and either way, Von Zieks is weird. That's what I'll say. Regardless, this was a good game. Von Zieks pissed me off less than Von Karma, although he irritated me for other reasons. But again, at least he had some hint of depth more than Von Karma did. Interesting that he had basically exact opposite views for the same character. That is what context does. I guess we're just gonna have to see how he is in Resolve. Whatever that ends up being. Interesting. So this was meant to be a synth-based one, but they didn't like the whole non-orchestral deal. Yeah, I agree. It was better they did the redid one. This was more creepy than mysterious, so it had to go. I can hear that. Wait. They even have it. Oh god. Please tell me we get freaking... Oh my god, wait. They have the sound effects here. Okay, I'm gonna be using this, chat. Whenever I get around to Resolve 2, I'll be using this. Oh my god, wait, this is actually so cool. $1,000,000 yen? That's crazy.
Naruhodo-san, I never imagined I would witness one of Mr. Sholmes's great deductions with my own eyes. Nothing can deceive Mr. Sholmes. In a single glass,
Oh my
he
god,
can
of course
deduce
it's all
there is
Sholmes.
to know
Of
about
course it's
attachment.
all
It's
Sholmes. Of course it's all Sholmes.
You know, times, Mr. Naruhodo, I think that though I have an undeniable turn for detection, I may well be even more adept at larceny.
And then, in tomorrow's papers, the headlines will be, Discharged diver is dauntless do-gooder. Isn't that
It's
right,
weird
Luna?
they never used those. I guess it is only for cutscenes, but still.
What is this? Welling up inside me.
You've become conceited with age, Council, but the old have to stand aside and make way for the new.
Those eyes of yours, young Nipponese, they shroud your fear, your doubt, your trepidation. They run wild, clinging to some phantom notion of courage. A quinta.
The truth is, when it happened,
Mrs. Sato, I...
Gosh, this is great. I love all of the. Why don't more games include sound effects? It's so good. And then we have Sholmes, which every human life collectively agrees that he is Sholmes, and that is what matters. I agree. He is a Sholmes of all time.
Hold it! I'm sure I will become a lawyer. I mean, the defense demands its right to a cross-examination.
Did that ever actually play in game? I don't think so.
Inconsistency, sir. I mean, yes, there's a clear inconsistency. Your testimony completely contradicts the fact. I'm sure everyone knows. Hold it! Objection!
Yeah, it's just
Hold it!
these two, and then also yes.
hold it!
Oh no.
Prepare for Susato.
Wait, no, that's not what I wanted. Damn it. Okay, hold on.
Prepare for Susato takedown. Hiya!
Well, all right, nice. Oh my gosh. I could spend like a million years doing this.
We must solve this. Susato Mikotoba, judicial assistant to the defense. Hold it! Susato Mikotoba, judicial assistant to the defense. Prepare for Susato takedown. Hiya!
Welcome back, Locum student Naruto Esquire. Oh god. Damn it, he doesn't have voice line here for that.
Objection!
Hold it!
Objection! Now, let us engage in the art of deduction. Mr.
Oh god.
It would seem the truth is now tantalizingly close. I'm a great British consultant detective, the only one in the world. Now, the objection!
Objection!
Of course they all have to have objections.
Objection!
I have faith in you, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. A Japanese man's...
You know what I find
It really
interesting?
is a dream come true.
No, never mind. You know what? Gosh. So it seems like it only unlocks stuff later on, maybe, except, okay, not the gallery. That looks like it could have concept art. Oh my god, there's also ladders and step ladders. Of course there are. There any I missed from this game? From the first game? What the hell are those two about? Oh god. Maybe I'll do some of these in my own time, but I don't think I'll do them on stream just because they aren't gonna be all that insane, I imagine. The one with two Skulkin brothers is the one you missed. Damn. I wonder just what it is. I'll have to figure it out sometime. Some are really funny. I can imagine the spades versus shovel debate is absolutely unhinged. Like, genuinely. I'm looking forward to doing those in the future. I'll probably do the Skullkin one on my own time, assuming that's in the first game. If they come back in the second game, I'm gonna have a stroke. But that'll be for future me to figure out. God, the Skullkin brothers just drove me crazy. But not in a bad way. Doing the accents. Can I just say, doing all the accents was like one of the roughest things ever. Do you think I should save them for a second game in case? Yeah, probably a good call, Rube. Since they're all only up for the first game, you know, I was considering it, but probably for the best. Yeah, for the escapades. I figured as much. It's first good game. Definitely feels a bit like a setup, but that's more acceptable now, at least, considering they're selling the two in a bundle. Makes me wonder if there'll ever be a third game. Probably not, just because of the fact that, you know, there hasn't been a new one of this in a while, and selling a third one out of the bundle would be a bit weird. But who knows? I'd always love to see more of that. Also, I need to play this game on 3DS still, because I can just imagine how the menu is in 3D, and that would... I just love it. I love the 3DS's gimmick. For obvious... Like, there's obviously a lot of people who, you know, it would strain their eyes, and so them not enjoying it is perfectly fair. But, damn, I love it. Although, I don't think it ever got released in the West, did it? So, that would be difficult. Yeah, no, it never did. The first three cases are the tutorial and fourth filler. You only have the fifth case, which beside answering 75% questions, past four cases set up for a second game. Yeah. Yeah, Rube. That's how it feels. Crazy considering originally it wasn't. You know, it was only set up, and the second game was released, what, 2 years later? Also, I'm looking at the information. So the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles was released on Nintendo Switch, PlayStation 4, and Windows. Mac OS users, Xbox users, go take your L, I guess. Can't wait for a second game to set up for the first game. Oh god. An infinite loop. This game was released on the release date turning 6th, then the second game, so there's a bit of a wait. Well, they're experimenting, but damn. I hope we get another new Ace Attorney game in the future. I really do. I think a lot of people do. I don't know what they could do, but if it's something like, you know, the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles, where it's in the same spirit of them, but not necessarily connected, I think that would be a fine way to go for it. One day I'll play through, the second trilogy. Alright, what is it, Rube? Do you have any plan on doing the Apollo Justice on stream rather than on my own time? As of now, the Apollo Justice trilogy is more likely to be on my own time. And the biggest reason for that is because I try to stream games that don't have any continuity to a game that I've played off stream. Like the Judgment games. I streamed those instead of, you know, the Yakuza games, because I've played most of them, and while there was a Yakuza game I could have streamed, I want to do the Judgment games, because although they are in the same universe, they are isolated in their own, you know, stories. And so I want to go into this experience generally as blind as I can for these kinds of games, and as disconnected with other stuff. You just want to just replay the original trilogy, but blindfolded. I think that would be literally impossible unless I memorize button presses, and that would be horrific. But yeah, and that's why I'm streaming the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles, because I plan to do Apologists on my own time, most likely, considering I played the original trilogy on my own time as well. It's just how I like to do things. But we'll see in the future. Who knows? Maybe if I run out of stuff to stream, which would be very impressive, I'll do it. But that's just how it is. I wouldn't count on it right now, but I guess it's possible up until I actually decide to play the game, which will still be a long time. So yeah, there's no rush to be had there. But yeah, next week we're going to be starting a new game. We are not going to be continuing onto Great Ace Attorney Adventure 2. Though there aren't that many direct connections in the Apollo Justice trilogy compared to like the connections from the second game, third game, and the original trilogy. Yeah, it's more of a matter of principle for me. Just to try to keep things fresh. And it just feels better. But yeah, I'm not surprised that there aren't as many direct connections between those, considering I know they're like 9 years apart from each other. So I can't imagine they'd be too connected. Gosh, these games they're fun though. They really are just one of a kind. Like, yeah, you should play the original trilogy first, but it doesn't contain knowledge required to properly understand the Apollo Justice trilogy. And yeah, like, again, like even the Judgment games, I'm gonna be honest, they still are pretty heavily tied. Like, the events of the mainline Yakuza games do heavily shape the Judgment games in a lot of regards. I think especially Lost Judgment. Yeah, Lost Judgment especially, there's a lot that's the consequence of stuff that happened in the main continuity. But it's just on a per game basis, I guess. Of course, then we have, like, Xenoblade X, which, you know, I've played through an unhealthy amount of times by now, but oh well. And then you want to say that whenever I get around to the final case in the 6th game, tell you how long it took you to beat it. That's ominous. And moderately terrifying. Oh gosh. But I will do that, Rube. Don't worry, you'll probably know when I get around to it regardless, either way. But I will. Oh gosh, do you remember when you said that was second longest case in series? You can guess which one's the longest one. The fact that the second game doesn't have as long of a case is actually surprising to me, but probably a blessing in disguise, frankly speaking. So I'm not I'm not complaining. Yeah, overall thoughts on this game before we wrap up stream. I think as a standalone game, it's both very strong and very weak. It does a really good job at introducing this alternate situation, really delving into some of the depths of the legal problems between, you know, these two different countries, and really throwing into the thick of things. But at the same time, it's pretty clear that it's also a follow-up. It's meant to get a follow-up. Luckily, they did follow it up, but there's only so much you can say about the game when there's a sequel there that is, from my understanding, barely even a sequel rather than just the second half of the game. I think that's just my biggest thoughts on it. For what it is, it's good, but it isn't enough of what it needs to be. No one say anything That's one thing, but for you specifically with how you consider these two games, you'd shift fifth case of this game as the third longest. Okay. Noted. The point is that they're still very long cases. That makes sense, Rube. And one day I will get around to the Apollo Justice trilogy. I have so much other stuff that I have as a higher priority that I'm not thinking about it much. Gosh, I wish the soundtracks Great Ace Attorney Adventure went on sale. But, you probably will say, like, keep track of things, and time is one of those things. That is very true. I keep track of some stuff like that. Not nearly as much, though. I respect your numbers game. If you had nickel for every time popular game series got spin-off plus spin-off sequel in same university, highlighting modern problems in our world, you'd have 2 nickels. What's the other nickel? Or, yeah, what's the other nickel? If it's not this, I'm curious. Oh, Judgment. I guess fair enough, actually. Yeah. Oh, alright. What's Rube getting? Rube's finally got enough. Well. Yeah, Judgment makes sense. Sorry, I hadn't thought about it like that. I was too busy thinking about what non-stream games there could be. I could actually give another thing in that regard. Another nickel. Another nickel is the fact that we stream both series as a Wednesday stream. Exactly. Actually, Judgment was a Monday stream for a while, but that's beside the point. But there's another game franchise that I have streamed which falls under that umbrella. Faint Courage, Game Over. It's a Game Over theme. Alright, screw it. We are gonna reroll that. Give us something interesting, because that's our second time getting the song. Okay, this is pretty rad. Well, I don't know, Rube, but it's in the OST. Maybe you just never hung around on the Game Over screen long enough. I definitely didn't. But there's one game series that I streamed on Wednesdays, that also, that is a spin-off of another game series that also delves into societies and justices. However, the whole societies and justices thing largely is only in the latest entry of the games. And it is ironically the one entry I have not streamed, but it still works. Yeah, mainly Lost Judgment. It's Persona. Persona is a spin-off of the Shin Megami Tensei series. And Persona 5 is all about it. All about rebellion against societies and justices. Less too about the other ones, but so it doesn't really apply for this Rube, but it's just how it is, I guess. It's what people like to do with their spin-offs. Oops, all injustices. I can't think of any other ones though. I feel like Persona Crew is something separate from Shin Megami Tensei. Here's the thing, if you look at the box art for the original Persona 4 release, it says Shin Megami Tensei on the box art. Same for Persona 3. I think it's Persona 4 Golden that removed it. But the series is a lot different now, Mystery, but it still does have its roots as being a spin-off from Shin Megami Tensei. So I'm counting it. That's my third nickel. I'm not going crazy. Yeah, I think that's about it. Welcome to Weekly Sword Streams. We have spin-off talking about something wrong in the world. Spin-off talking about something wrong with the world. Spin-off talking about something in the world. Uchikoshi 5 times and then Mass Effect. See, the whole thing was that with the Zero Escape game, that they're trying to make it clear that all the people involved were wrong with the world. Ace, wrong with the world. Theo, wrong with the world. That random ass terrorist group that just kind of existed in the back burner, wrong with the world. Complex motives, I don't know, right, I guess, but I feel like it should be wrong. We need we need every nickel we can and get in this world. I agree, Mr. E. I just wanted to make sure you made it clear their motives were quite complex. God, I will never forget my absolute insanity of typing in data on who'd shoot and then shooting the cameraman and my brain melting. Complex motives are wrong with the road because it hurt us on a personal level. I wholeheartedly agree. That is it, Miss. God. My Wednesday streams are gonna keep getting unhinged. More and more unhinged, I feel, the longer I go. Thank you for the hydrate. And the stretch. I have done both. Alright, so actually I wanna update something now. I wanna update my panels page. Let's see. Edit panels. Let us add the Great Journey Adventures. So what game is this then? This is the 10th game we have finished on stream. 11 if you count Wednesday game that we've finished. 11 if you count the original 999 as separate game. There's time limit on its way of explaining why it talks about something that is wrong in this world, talking about itself. You're so right. I couldn't put it any better myself, Rube. Devin, what Rube is cooking. God, I hate Zero Time Dilemma. God, that will forever be a blemish on my streaming resume. I hate it so much. Alright, well, I think with that, there's not much else to say. I think I just need to wrap up stream, honestly. I'm getting a bit worn out. We have talked so much. We've gone through a lot of nice discussions. Thank y'all for joining me on these discussions, and hopefully we can have many more in the future for the sequel of this game. I will be live again this upcoming Friday for what is right near the end of Xenoblade Chronicles X Definitive Edition. We are right in the endgame. I just need to start Chapter 13, Act 3. That'll probably take me a couple streams. Probably. I don't know. We're gonna have to see. It's gonna introduce a new area, so who knows. And of course, I'll be streaming some Deep Rock Galactic this Saturday as a way to get back into the swing of the random stream schedule. I mean, that's how you look. There's only 3.5 hours in stream. That is the passage of time, Ruben. You're having a great time, because I had a great time. Seriously. I freaking love streaming. Thank you, everyone who joins me on these streams. Whether you're a lurker or someone who chats on in. Streaming has been an absolutely crazy thing. Just been an amazing part of my life. And I hope that we get to share many more amazing memories and lose much more of our time in the future. Can't believe it's not 6 hours. For some reason, this game is especially draining on me. Or maybe it's just the fact that I've been doing so many long streams that it finally caught up to me. But I'm glad I've been taking things more slowly, to say the least. Very, very glad. Alright. Well, yeah. I don't have anything else to say, chat. I think we're just gonna find some trade at to. You know what? I think I know who trade at to. When was the last time we rated them? Hold on. It's been nearly a month. I think we should do it, chat. In 6 hours, we believe you have to do 7 hours of late extreme this Saturday. You can't just tease everyone with constant 6 hours, 50-minute streams and end it there. Yes, I can, Rube. Yes, I can. That is my answer. And the VOD will always be preserved. Just to show that I have done it out of spite. Oh, God, who knows? If I get really invested in Chapter 13, Act 3, maybe. Maybe, but we'll see. We'll see. Alright, but without any further ado, let's get on rating to the 1. No, you're supposed to obey me the 7, 6 hour, 15 minutes. Oh, God. That's great. That is freaking great. I'm never streaming over 7 hours again out of spite. Anytime I've streamed over 7 hours, it's been rough. What happened with Deltarune Chapter 2, my first playthrough? Cause yeah, I did Octo Expansion 100%, a replay got me 7 hours. What was it? There's almost almost Virtue's Last Reward. Almost. I don't remember what my 7 hour streams were. Yeah, VLR did have one. That's right, it did. It had one that is close and then one that actually was. Quick speedrun last 12 hours for 400 to 400 for Substance, so you can pay to win. I think I would cry if I did Substance. We have a new discount feature. Yeah, subscription discount promotion. I don't know if or when I'll do that. But if I ever do a Substance, I'll use that. God, I don't want to imagine doing Subathon though. I think I would I would suffer immensely for that. My brain would explode. Oh, God. Yeah, let's get going. We're gonna be rating out to the one and only RD Tap House, who's currently playing Fire Emblem Mystery of the Emblem. He's doing his Fire Emblem Marathon. And shockingly enough, he has moved on from Gaiden. He's on to his 3rd game, Mystery of the Emblem. His sanity is saved, I think. I hope so anyways. So go congratulate him on being free from his shackles. Why, don't you want to have no rest or breaks for hours on end? No. Please no. Please spare me. Oh, God, I genuinely hate the idea of going for like 8 hours with no breaks. Of course, we have the lovely raid messages for us, both for subs and non-subs. Have a good day, night, morning, evening, dark hour. Whether you are in the dark world, whether you are in Britain, wherever it may be. And I will see y'all again this Friday for more Xenoblade Chronicles X Definitive Edition. I'm never doing 9-6 out. I think I would actually have an aneurysm and perish, Rube, if I did that. Mostly because it's 96. That's all. Bye-bye!